everyone had a good night's rest yesterday and is very excited to be back, as we all are. To reintroduce ourselves, my name is Nia Katarina.
My name is Kai, and
we'll be your MCs for today.
Yes.
Very last day, woo! So we're happy to see new and familiar faces from yesterday, and welcome to those who just came in today. So Kai, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling awesome actually, but I actually have a small story to tell you guys before the event starts.
Oh yeah, what about it?
So back in March and April, I think, the IB days came out, and Joel actually received result into Colombia, and Lily invited him to the Colombia WhatsApp group. However, at times goes, he received offer from Caltech, and of course, he committed to Caltech at the end. I mean, I don't blame him, because I prefer Pasadena too, but the thing is, one day, my mom just was reading Chinchu newspaper and tell me, yo, this guy got into Caltech and Colombia and get to be on the newspaper, and you're not on newspaper, so you're kind of lame, man. I just laughed because that was the most Asian parents things ever. And with that being said, let me introduce Joel Pang from Caltech and Ruftika Ajit from UW Medicine to share us their US college application process.
Okay, so hi everyone. Well, I'm so glad to see it's full today. Like, are you guys excited for today? Okay, so hi everyone. My name is Joel. So I'm an incoming freshman at Caltech, and I'm a certified B-reel addict. Actually, you know what? Can we take a B-reel now? Hold up. Sorry, though. I gotta fulfill my addiction. Wait, I think you should go up. Yeah, we should go up.
But it didn't go out today.
No, this is yesterday's B-reel. I took mine on time to prepare. 1, 2, 3. Okay, smile, guys. Okay, awesome. All right, so yeah, fun fact, I didn't watch The Big Bang Theory until after I got in, and I'm not wearing the wrong shirt today, okay? This is the correct shirt, okay? So I was a Columbia Lion for 3 weeks. Oh, I'm actually dressed as Sheldon today, if you can't already tell. If you can't beat the allegations, just leave them, So yeah, I also got my driving license. And I'm a master procrastinator, and yeah, and it worked out. So, Ritika.
So I'm a sophomore at UW Madison. I dive with sharks while getting my diver's license. I still don't have a driver's license because, I don't know, I just don't have one. I love watching sitcoms. I'm scared of all kinds of animals, but I still enjoy horse riding. I can get close enough to touch a horse. Unlike I can't get close enough to touch any other animals, and I'm a fanatic of end-of-world movies. So first off, we'll start off by talking about the application platforms. Navigating the various application platforms, portals, and which one to choose. Think of these platforms as your gateway to various applications. So they streamline your application and ensure that you're organized and have all the required documents so you can successfully finish applying. So now we're going to talk about two of the very common applications that many people use to apply, the Common App versus the Coalition. The main differences between Common App and the Coalition is that the Common App has more popularity, that there are 900 colleges registered through Common App, while the Coalition has only 150, but only a few are rare on the Coalition. The accessibility for both of them is pretty same, but counselors are more used to the Common App, but it's still really accessible to use. And one of the main features that the Coalition has is the locker feature, so that helps you store all of your documents, projects, videos, and stuff. But the Common App has the rollover feature. So it's not very different, but it's just that a Common App has more universities registered on it. So now let's navigate through the application portal. So first off, you start off by going to you create an account. It's basically setting up your profile on a social media platform, or just basically setting up a profile. And then you go onto your college search, and then you find different universities you want to add to your list. So it's basically you want to create a travel schedule or travel list of all the places you want to visit. So that's basically how I see it. And then you go to your Common App and you fill in all of your detail, create a profile, and you add in your education, testing, activities, writing, all of your supplemental essays, all of them are on here. Moving on, the financial aid part of the Common App, that's basically FAFSA, so that's for only US citizens. So if you want to apply for financial aid in the US, I'd recommend CSS Profile, although like CSS Profile has its pros and cons. So if you want to know more about that, you can come up to me later. And this is the coalition. So I did not apply through coalition. This slide isn't even mine. I used Allison's for this. So I can't tell you much, but it's pretty much the same thing. You just apply, like you just create a profile, and then the main two things that coalition has is the locker feature and the collaboration feature. So you basically can choose a mentor or someone who can review your whole application. It's like a co-pilot who's helping you navigate through the tricky turns. And the locker feature helps you save all the documents. It's like stashing away your important travel documents into a safe place. And then while you're applying, you'll also come across school-specific portal. One of the colleges that use school-specific portals is University of California. So if you want to apply to UC Berkeley or UC San Diego or UCLA, this is the way you have to go through it, because they are not available on Common App or Coalition. So you're going to have to create a profile and do everything that you did in Common App, but all over again because you're applying to University of California. So which one to choose? Make a list of universities you want to apply to. A good rule of thumb is to apply to 8 universities, so that's 2 reach, 2 safety, and 4 target. And when you're applying, make sure that you remember that most of them use Common App, but some of them have like a school-specific portal. So be aware of which university uses which application. And based on your list, you can make a choice of which application portal you might need to use. All of these applications have their different vibes, so go through all of them and see which one aligns best with your interest. So the other type of application is the ADTP and community college. So ADTP is basically typically provided by private institutions like Taylor's University. This program allows students to study 1 to 2 years locally in Malaysia, and then like in the country you're studying in, and then you transfer your credits to a university in US. The community college route is basically it's basically structured like a 2+2 program. Students spend 2 years in a local community college in US, and then they transfer credits to a university. So that's a 4-year program. But since you study 2 years and you transfer credits, so now it's a 2-year program in a university. Moving on to another crucial step of your application is the letters of recommendation. So what exactly is a letter of recommendation? Think of it as your personal cheerleaders that boost your potential to the admissions officers. So it sells you, and they know that, oh, this is why I need to accept the student into my university. So it offers perspective on your academic skills, character, and college potential. Admission officers from all colleges choices will review this letter and some universities don't even have it as mandatory, but I still recommend submitting one just so the admissions officers knows that oh, you're this good in what you're doing, or they know something that wasn't in your application before. So who should I ask for this? I would recommend asking 2 teachers and your college counselor. Usually they don't really want three letters of recommendation, but if you still have 3 letters of recommendation, you can mix and match and send in different ones to different universities. And make sure you choose 2 teachers from different backgrounds. One is from STEM and one is from non-STEM, so it shows that you're a well-rounded student. And then in certain schools, they accept peer recommendations, so this adds a fun personal touch. And teachers and counselors need to set up a Common App account to submit your letters of recommendation and transcripts, so you can look into Common App website on how to do this. And pro tip, I would recommend giving each teacher a brag sheet. So this brag sheet is basically, let's talk more about brag sheet on later on, but basically you give each teacher a different brag sheet, so then they know that they need to add different things. So your letter of recommendation is going to be different from each teacher. So what should you do during this process? So you create a brag sheet. So brag sheet is basically significant activities and volunteer work you've done or achievements you're most proud of. and then you add your intended major, what are you planning on doing after university, and additional fun facts. And you can also add anything else that you haven't added anywhere else into your in your application profile. So selecting teachers, so you select 2 teachers whose classes you've done well in and have a good reputation with. And like I said, you should choose someone who's taught you STEM and humanities classes, so it shows that you're a well-rounded student. And then ask them courteously and well in advance, because sometimes I did a mistake of asking my teachers like 2 weeks before it was due, and I had to like convince them a lot to write me one, because I forgot the timeline. I messed up the deadlines and schedule. But make sure you ask them like 1 month in advance, and then 1 week before it's due, you can just ask them if they need anything else. Remind them that this is the deadline and this is how you need to submit it, and that's about it. So now I'm going to give it to Joel so he can guide you guys through standardized testing.
All right, thank you so much, Ritika. But before I start, can I have a show of hands? Okay. Who is sitting for the SAT in August? Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot. Okay. Who is not sitting for the SAT in August? Okay. Is anyone unsure whether you want to take the SAT or not? Oh, okay. Seems like you already know your answer. But I was like, you guys, don't worry. I was like, to SAT or not to SAT? Should I take the SAT or not? So unfortunately, today I'm going to answer that question. So. As you can see, Yale, Dartmouth, Brown, Harvard, Caltech, and even Cornell are all like taking back on the decision to being test optional. So actually what happened during COVID was, because of COVID, you can't go to the test centers physically, right? So they had to take back the SAT to ensure a more level playing field. But they realized that this wasn't a good indicator of future academic performance. So they reinstated back the SAT. So, and they're still increasing over time. This may not be the final list, and be sure to keep updated on your results. But if you're planning to go test optional, like the many of you I saw just now who are not taking the SAT, so you can still apply to Penn, Princeton, Columbia, USC, NYU, Stanford. I put a Cornell there because Cornell, you can apply test optional this year, but starting next year, 2026, it is test required. So U Chicago also. And about the SAT, so what does the SAT actually comprises of? So in our batch, I'm not sure for Radhika's batch, but like for our batch, we changed a new format to the digital format, which I guess will be the same for you guys as well. So there's reading and writing and math. So both have 2 modules. And the thing about these tests is adaptive. So if you do well on part 1, they'll give you a much harder version of part 2. So you get 32 minutes each, and then there's like 27 passages, 1 question per passage, and then mixed comprehension and grammar questions. So everything from like punctuation to like, what comes next after this? So like what's like situation that best fits this? So this is the type of questions to be facing in the reading and writing. For math, it'll be 35 minutes each and 22 questions each, and the usage of calculator is allowed. So I'm gonna show you some tips and tricks later to do the digital testing. Yeah, and adaptive testing applies, meaning if you score well on the first section, you get a much harder section on section 2. So if you score not really that well on section 1, then section 2 will be much easier. All right? So yeah, this is what the SAT used to look like before paper. So this is just to scare you guys. But don't worry, it doesn't look like this now. It looks like this. Simple, right? Actually, no. I'm just kidding. It's hard. So, this is what the digital SAT will look like. So on the left-hand side, you see like a passage, right? So so this is some tips and tricks I can give you. So you can see that mark for review thing. You can press it in order to come back, and also use the crossing out function. You can actually cross out like things so that you won't be confused. So you know this is wrong, just cross it out. And then there's also like the highlighting feature there. So you can highlight everything like the keywords and stuff, and you can also write notes. So it's amazing, guys. The digital SAT is amazing. It's hard, but it's amazing. Okay, so the math one, this is where like I'm geeking out. So you actually don't have to bring your own calculator in. I mean, it's advised to, but the calculator is built into the SAT. Like, how cool is that? So like, you get the decimals thing here. So if you can see, right, like how I plotted the graph. So I calculated the gradient and I plotted it there so I just can see which is the closest value to 32. So I just had to key in 32 there and it gives me the answer straight away. Like, that's crazy, man. So, yeah, it's actually, okay, it's easy if you know the way how you approach it, but it can be hard sometimes, especially when it goes to section 2, that's where like it's gonna be much harder than this, all right? So when should I take the SAT? So I see most of you just now, like you guys are mostly taking August. I didn't do that because I wasn't ready. So I took my SAT in October, which is, I kind of regret it, but yeah, because I took it when EA, REA, ED applications were due. So I took my SAT and I didn't score that well. So I decided to not submit my SAT, and that was fine because it was test optional. But I retook the SAT in December. So yeah, that was way before applications due. Because November we had semester exams, so that really clashed with my timelines and stuff. And October, oh yeah, I'll have my exams in October and November. So that is one thing you want to consider when you choose when to take your SAT. And also, don't be peer pressure. I guess one of my seniors told me like she was peer pressure into getting her SATs. Like, yo, so my friend was like, oh, hey, do you want to take the SAT with me? Hey, Joma, together. So like, so she ended up not being prepared enough and she scored really low in the SAT. So please don't follow your friends. This is like, you dictate your future after this. So like, don't let your friends dictate your future, okay? You dictate your future. All right. So yeah, in general, just take it whenever you're ready. All right, so how much should I score? So I know you're intimidated by a lot of numbers here, but I'm gonna simplify it for you. TLDR, a score of 1500 and above should be a good enough score to submit. All right, I see a lot of you taking pictures, but it's okay, just 1500 and above and you're good. All right, so how can I prepare? So I told you about the functions on the digital SAT, right? So what platform are you gonna be testing on? Is Bluebook. So you're gonna be logging into the Bluebook exams on the actual exam day, and you can take full practice exams here. And also, you can use the free resources. So Khan Academy recently updated a digital version of the SAT online. So it's really comprehensive, I must say, and it was really helpful. So you can go to Khan Academy to find resources, and also you can go to YouTube. So let's say there's a question that you're stuck on. There's really, really kind people in the States that show step-by-step guidance to these tough SAT questions. All right, next. All right, I hope everyone's okay now because yeah, I'm getting into the nitty-gritty. So for English testing requirements, so if, is anyone here applying to the UK as well? Okay, quite a few of you. So I'm sure then you guys must know what is IELTS. So IELTS is basically a UK test, UK-based exam actually. So all of them actually comprises of listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And yeah, so there are 3 different kinds of tests: IELTS, TOEFL, and Duolingo. TOEFL is mainly for American universities, but I guess most universities accept it now. And then most recently, one is the Duolingo English test, or the DET. I believe Alison took it, the DET. Yeah, so you can ask her for more information. And it's one of the cheaper options you see here. So I did my IELTS computer-based because I'm a very techy person. I like to delete my essays and copy, you know, Control-C, Control-V. Yeah, that was me. So I did the computer-based IELTS. So a safe score would be around band 8 and minimum 7 in every component. TOEFL, you get an overall score of 100 and minimum 25 and you're good. And Duolingo, get a score of 120 and you'll be good. And way to prepare for listening, just listen. I'm not, just like do a lot of past papers. And reading, just read more. And then writing, yeah, you see, you can tell why I didn't add like tips because it's pretty much self-explanatory. For writing, just, oh yeah, make sure you know the format for IELTS. Make sure you don't like write the proper, like improper format. And also speaking, just talk more to other people, yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay, so optional portfolios. So this is a special thing that's unique to most universities and may or may not help you stand out in your application. So this is a picture of my resume. I know it's really small, but yeah, that's the point, okay? So that I don't dox myself. But okay, so this is my resume. So I did my education, research projects, everything. And this over here on the right-hand side, it's a sample of how your resume should look like. So education, experience, title. I'm sure most of you by now should have known how to make a CV. All right, oh yeah. Next slide. Okay, so the interesting things is this, the optional portfolios, which I'm going to talk about here. So one of the optional portfolios I found really interesting was the Maker portfolio. So I personally submitted a Maker portfolio to Caltech, and I know my friends from MIT, he also did, I think. Yeah, so it's an opportunity to showcase everything from carpentry, coding, and cosplay. So I think my MIT friend, he did something like alarm with an Arduino system where I did my research and I filmed a video of me like playing in the lab. So like, yeah, so after that, besides the Maker portfolio, you can also submit research papers, but keep this in caution, like because the research papers are not reviewed by the admissions committee. They're reviewed by actual scientists and professors. So if they don't think your research is like well or solid enough, then that might disadvantage your application. So keep this optional portfolio. They are optional for a reason. Oh, sorry. They are optional for a reason because it may make or break your application. So take my words like with a grain of salt, okay? So if you're not into the sciences, there's also an option of like submitting an art portfolio. So if, let's say, you're good in piano, your music, your theater, like you sing, you act, you direct. So there's also an option for you to submit music and theater arts like portfolio. And if you don't do that, the other spectrum of arts, including like visual arts and architecture, you can submit your portfolio, like your paintings, media, photography, and everything. All right. So one very special optional portfolio is Brown's video portfolio, and it's actually like you film a very interesting 2-minute video introduction. So these are some of the prompts, and I'm actually going to show you an example. I think you're gonna be receiving her book at the end of the day, so do stay tuned for that, and at the end. So do stay tuned until the end of the day. But if you scan, like there's a QR code in the book, where you reach to Gargan's video. All right. The one and only, I'm not sure if Gargan is here, but, oh, she's not here yet. All right, but yeah, so yeah, let's fangirl over her, guys. Oh, is there audio? Okay.
I'm Gairan from the Alice Smith School, and growing up, I've lived quite the double life.
I'm Audrey. I'm called that because one day my coach just gave up trying to pronounce Gayuan, so he named me Audrey, and it stuck. As you can probably already tell from my broad shoulders, I swim and I play volleyball. Because of me, Gayuan has a good social life. Good morning, Singapore! And I suppose a healthy lifestyle.
这个 Audrey 讲很多 She's very annoying. She always take credit for everything.
If I'm annoying, you know that makes both of us, right?
Anyway, I'm GY. Why I'm called that? Because people at school, no one bothered to pronounce 3 syllables. I'm what Gaiuan is most known for lah, okay? I was physics geek lah.
Oh my god! Physics is real.
Woman in STEM lah.
It works.
All the academic stuff lah, basically.
works.
I'm very sure Gaiuan is very proud to be associated with me lah, okay? I think she liked me more than Audrey.
You're capping. She's capping, guys.
You cap, you're only liberal because you're short, okay? You see, Audrey and GY, they never really got along with each other.
I don't blame them because I've always been told that I can only prioritize one thing, sports or academics.
But well, I've been stubborn since I was out of the womb, so I pursued both of my interests anyway, and I want to continue to do so. Brown encourages all of its students to embrace all of their interests, and that's definitely where I want to be for the next 4 years of my life. With the endless opportunities offered by Brown's open curriculum, I can embrace GY, Audrey, or even welcome new additions to this Gaiuan family. Just think about it, there could be a drummer Gaiuan or a painter Gaiuan. How cool would that be? I can't wait to see how this family evolves.
Let's not use the word short. I'm the libero because I have the lowest center of gravity, hence making me the most stable on the team.
Then in physics?
Alright, let's go. Yeah, sometimes you have to think positive, like Jiwa, you know, like she has the lowest center of gravity. She's not short, she's stable. Okay, so think positive. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's. Wait, oh shit. Okay, yeah, that's all for our presentation today, and we'll open up the floor for a Q&A.
All right, guys. As you can see, Gaian got into brown, but sadly she chose Yale.
Insane, man.
You know. All right, so if you guys want to ask questions, you guys can scan the QR code and then ask from
or any from the floor.
Yeah, or anyone from the floor is willing to stand up and okay.
My question pertains to the letters of recommendation. Do they have to be from teachers from a current school, or if I have teachers from my last school do my LORs, would it affect my application in any way?
All right, so I believe I can take this. So for my letters of recommendation, I actually, so I go to KYUEF. So one of my letters of recommendation was from my KY teacher, but I felt that the English teacher didn't really know me as much as my high school teacher did. So I was closer to my high school teacher. So I submitted my letter of I asked my high school teacher to write my letter of recommendation. There's also another option where you can submit an optional letter of recommendation. So I asked one of my boss to write me a letter of recommendation because I used a tutor and I was close to her as well. So you can submit optional letters of recommendations, but the minimum is 2. And the key thing when you're dealing with schools outside of KY or let's say your I'd say a pre-U teacher, is make sure they follow deadlines, make sure they know what the deadlines are and make sure they submit their things on time. I believe that's the only thing you can worry about.
Question from Saido. Joel talked about playing in a lab. How did you find these research opportunities?
Okay, so honestly, I'm gonna be brutally honest. For A-level students and high school students to do research, real research, it's very hard. So how I did it was I actually knew someone, so I knew someone like a professor or something. So I emailed him and I double checked with him to see if it's okay. Hey, is it okay if I spend a month at your lab, just following your research and yeah. So I didn't say I want to play in the lab, but you know what I mean. So yeah. So yeah, just cold emailing people. I know it's hard, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from the floor? It's your golden opportunity to ask questions.
Don't be shy, guys. Joel won't bite.
Real, I don't bite.
Plus, if you ask a question now, then everyone else can also learn from it.
Any questions from counselors? Okay. All right, I just move on to Slido. Give me a sec. Is taking the SAT in October enough time to submit it for an EA application? Do you need additional letters of recommendation for early decision?
All right.
For the October, I did not take my SAT in the October because I took it in August and December. I also did not apply EA or ED. It was all regular decision.
All right. Then I can take it.
Yeah, but for the letter of recommendation, I don't think you need an additional one because if you're applying through Common App, it's still the same thing that you can only submit 2 minimum and 1 more optional one. So it's the same thing overall, yeah.
Sorry, add-on question. How should I submit my letters of recommendation? Is it through Common App or directly to the university?
All right, so here's the thing. You can't actually submit your own letter yourself to the university. You actually have to ask your recommender to submit on your behalf on the SAT. So actually, there's an invitation on the Common App where you have to invite your recommender, and your recommender actually has to go on the Common App and submit on your behalf. So also adding on to the early thing, so I didn't follow the trend. Most of my friends, they did their SAT in August. So I did it because I wasn't prepared. So I did my SAT in October and it was enough time. But I still got rejected in the end. So yeah, it honestly doesn't matter. So I knew some of them who did the SAT in October and got accepted. So it's honestly up to you when you take. Oh, but do take note of the deadlines. So some may not accept the November SAT and for the early application deadline, and some may not accept the January SAT for the December deadline. So just make sure you know the deadlines really well. Deadlines are really, really important.
Anybody want to raise their hands and ask questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Most schools, they do not require an English proficiency test if your high school education's main language of instruction is in English. So what kind of proof do you have to provide for this?
So I can take this because I did not write my IELTS, TOEFL or anything. I basically asked my counselor to email the university that asked me to write the IELTS, and she sent them my English scores from high school to A levels, and then she also provided a proof that the place I was learning, like I was studying for A levels, was like an English speaking school, so it was basically like an international school. So that was the only proof that I needed to show them, and then they waived off my IELTS requirement.
So you don't have to submit through the Common App?
No, you don't have to submit anything through the Common App. Through the Common App, you submit your transcripts, so that includes your high school transcripts. So they have, they already have that record, but then you submit extra ones just to show that you did really well in English in your high school, and if you took English in your A levels. I'm not sure if that's available, but yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's all you need.
Can I have a show of hands of people doing GCSEs or who have done GCSEs? Right. So for me, for my English, it got waived off because I did GCSE English, and getting an A would waived off that requirement. So I didn't have to take TOEFL or IELTS.
Yeah, so I did it. I took SPM. So I'm not sure if it's recognized, but I took the IELTS anyway because the UK universities. Yeah, that's why I asked you guys if you guys were applying to the UK as well. So I was applying to the UK as well. So hey, two birds in one stone, right? So yeah.
Honestly, how do you help a professor with research that he can do on his own?
Okay. So here's the thing, right? So if you imagine like you're a professor and you have so many beakers laid in front of you, there's no way you're gonna do all the manual work of like measuring everything and like taking data, taking results like 24 hours. There's no way one person could do that. So yeah, he's talented. Like he's perfectly capable of doing it on his own, but a little help won't hurt, right?
Anybody wants to ask from the floor?
No questions?
When I start asking, they look away. Okay, never mind. Is taking the, sorry, never mind, that's the same question. If we didn't submit our SAT, how would the uni evaluate us?
Ooh, okay, so I can take this. I think, I got a really bad score on the October SAT, so I didn't submit it. But I guess one of the ways that evaluate you is based on your high school rigor. So how they evaluate your application is through your academic rigor. So the way why they use the SAT, you have to know the reason why they use the SAT in the first place. Because they want to see, because they want a standardized test across everyone. So imagine like you're international, right? And you take the SPM, IGCSE, where the American kids, they take the AP classes, which is like completely different. So how do they know the standard is the same, right? So they're making a standardized test for everyone across the world to know your standard. So where do you place? So like you can get, like, you know, like some American kids, their GPA is like 5.0, 4.3. I'm like, what the hell? How do you get a 5 out of a 5.0 GPA out of 4.0 scale, right? So like, and then for example, for KY, we don't do GPAs. So like, how on earth, like my GPA literally says NA. So how can I compare to someone who has like a 5 out of 5 GPA, right? So that's the reason why you have to take the SAT in the first place, to show that you are equally as capable as the students across like the globe or something like that. So the way, so how task optional actually works. So like, don't be fooled by task optional. So is it really optional? I would say, yeah, it's optional, because if you submit it, they'll consider it. So like, they know you're capable. Like you're not like you're on par with the American students. But if you don't submit your SAT, so how they evaluate is because they have international admission officers, correct me if I'm wrong. So like, so they actually know the rigor. So they compare your academic rigor. So what actually happens is your SAM exam results, your A-level results will be more scrutinized, it will be taken more heavily. In your other parts of the application, like your essays, your optional portfolios, your letters of recommendation, everything will be scrutinized more heavily because you don't have your SAT. So that's the danger with test optional, that they don't blast out. Yeah, I hope you understand. Yeah, I hope that answers the question. Any more from the floor? Yeah.
All right, hi guys. A follow-up question. I think it's a follow-up question, but never mind. Okay, yeah. So, like just now, that table of SAT scores, like the 25th percentile and the 75th percentile, right? Is it a hard standard that you need to follow in order to be like somewhat considered by the admission officers, or like what Joel you say, like if they look like, because some like Harvard, some schools are going test required. So if we submit our scores and it's not up to like their 25th percentile, and then will they consider like other scores like A-level scores, A-level results,
yeah,
etc.?
so that's the thing with test optional. So if you don't submit your SAT, then it will, like they will scrutinize your A-level results more thoroughly. So they will put more emphasis on your other standards. But the rule of thumb here, I guess many of us can agree, is like if you have a bad score with test optional, like you just don't submit it, because like you don't want to risk it disadvantaging your application. So the main thing we're worried about is how it will disadvantage your application instead of boosting your application. That's what the SAT is all about. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Over here? No? Okay, great.
Great.
So I want to ask if for the research things, if I plan to do some research, but the research doesn't really relate to my degree that I'm planning to, is it okay with that? Is it just random research is okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. So I'm pursuing a major in chemical engineering. So, but my research was physics, like applied physics. So I guess there is some kind of connection, but it's not directly related. You know what I mean? So I guess it's more about how you, the skills that you learn and how you can explain to the admission officers, oh hey, through this research I gained this kind of skills, this kind of skill sets. I learned how to read data, measure data, like how to write properly, like in a research setting. So I guess those skills are far more valuable than what like the title of the, like if it's related or not. So yeah.
You want to ask questions, guys? Joking.
One more.
One more. Okay.
Sorry, another question about SAT, because I was wondering, like, if we submit our scores, would they look at the total score, like 1480?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. There's a thing called super scoring in SAT. So I took my SAT twice. So my first time I scored 1500. Yeah, I didn't know why I think it wasn't good enough, but I didn't submit it because I was scared, okay? But my second time I scored a 1540. But this case didn't apply to me because I got the same exact math score on both my sittings. So I got a 750 for reading and 790 for math. And then on my first attempt, I got a 710 for reading and 790 for math. Yeah, so that didn't apply to me. Okay, let me give you an example. So for example, for your August sitting, you score 1480, for example. You score 780, you score I can't do math. Okay, I'm sorry. 800 on math and 680 on your writing, all right? So, and then your second attempt, you score 750 on your reading and then 700 on your math. So how does super scoring work? So you may see like the scores are different, right? Like 1450 and like 1480, right? You can actually super score. So you take the 800 math here and 750 reading from the October session and you combine them. So the total score is 1550, which is amazing. Yeah, so that's why we encourage you to take the SAT twice. So because mainly you do better on the second attempt. Yeah, but obviously this doesn't apply if you get 1600 on your first try. So yeah.
All right. Any more questions from the floor? Yes.
More of a follow-up question from the SAT question.
Yeah.
So what would you define as a bad score? Because just now 1500 you already said is good. And like, okay, let's say you score like on the 25th percentile, would you still submit your score for that?
Okay, that one is, okay, I can honestly give you the same answer that all my seniors gave me. It's up to you. Yeah, it's totally up to you. So if you believe that your SAT score can help, and also like, it helps to check like what's the average admit score. If you believe that it's not high enough and it will disadvantage your application, then I would suggest don't submit it. But if you believe that it's high enough, yeah, submit it. So it's up to you.
One tip that I would give to all of you is that if you go to Google and search up your university that you want to go to and search up common data set, and common data set has a list of, let's say, do they actually prioritize interviews or do they prioritize SATs at all?
Yeah.
Right? So if you go to like Caltech, common data set, they might take SAT as very important. They might take interview as considered, right?
Oh yeah, for Caltech, so during my year, I was lucky. It was test blind and interviews were not required at all. So yeah, I was lucky. But this year, I think they're going in test required and interviews, they don't have enough alumni because it's such a small school, so they don't have interviews. So they're not considered at all. Yeah. I believe like we learn to talk more about the alumni interview later, so you can know about the interview later.
Questions? For US, should I do IELTS or TOEFL?
Oh, okay. So actually, in this case, both are accepted. It just depends on which one you're more comfortable with, like, and which one you get a higher score in. So if you're gonna do TOEFL, do TOEFL. If you're gonna do IELTS, do IELTS. I'm not sure about the format for TOEFL though. I heard it's computer-based, but IELTS, yeah, it's just reading, writing, listening, speaking, your components of English, yeah.
This one maybe Rutika and both of you guys maybe can collectively answer this. If we did volunteerings before but didn't get any certificate, can we still put it in our activity list?
Yeah, you can still put it in your activity list because I did not get a certificate for most of my voluntary work. I just added that into the extracurriculars of the Common App, and they didn't ask for any proof, which I didn't expect them to ask for any proof, but I had pictures of all the voluntary work I did, so if they ever asked for anything, I could send them the proof. But other than that, you don't really need anything. You can just add that in and like specify the date you did that, so they know like, oh, you did this voluntary work during this period of time.
Since you're A-level and A-level student, does AS play a major role in your application?
I did edXL, so I did not have AS or like A2. It was like 6 papers that I had to write, but my predicted grades were based on my Unit 1 exam, so that was just basically like the first part. So I don't think it plays that big of a role as long as your predicted grade is good and like your teachers know your potential.
All right, so for me, I did CAIE. Is anyone doing CAIE? Oh, everyone's doing CIE. So who's doing edXL? No one. Okay. So I did CAIE, so I can relate. So what actually comes out? So the timeline is like October, December, right? So by that time, you already should have your AS results. Good luck, by the way. I mean, I won't add salt to the wound because I'm scared too. You're not alone. Okay. So what actually happens is you submit your AS results together with your predicted grades. So your AS result essentially determines your predicted grades. And also what most seniors would agree is don't mess up your semester exams. They may not sound important, but they are really, really important for US applications. All right, so yeah. Yeah, all of you look scared right now. Don't be scared, guys.
Let's say you get 1550 for SATs and like a 35 out of 36 for ACT. Which one would you submit?
Submit both.
Okay.
Submit both. So in the Common App, you have the option to submit your SAT and ACT. I didn't talk that much about SAT because I think it's harder and also I don't have experience. I think Garian took the ACT if I'm not mistaken, so when she's here can ask the woman, the myth, the legend herself. Yeah, so yeah. Yeah, just feel free to submit both.
Rutika, do
Yeah.
state schools require English scores or SAT or ACT, like standardized tests?
Yeah, most like right now they're becoming test required, so they require like the SATs. I am like the IELTS are not required if you can get it waived off, but SATs I would recommend writing it, even if it's test optional. I would recommend writing it.
How should I? Sorry. Thank you.
So my question is about the SAT math section. I think a lot of us would have assumed that it's easy, but actually, how true is that? Like,
Very good question. So so my combo is physics, chemistry, math, and double math. So yeah, I went into the SAT thinking, oh, this should be easy, right? I take further math. How hard can it be? Oh boy, was I so wrong. So I went to the SAT and I opened up the first question. Like, okay, first question was okay. It was like math, like A-level math, like P1, S1 kind of math. When I opened up section 2, I got a shock of my life, bro. Like, they asked further Pure 1 questions in the section 2. So I was like, so shocked. Like, how would they ask further questions in paper 2? Like section 2. So I like, when we all got out, I was like, bro, was the math section hard? And then I was like, yeah, you're not alone. I thought it was hard too. So don't underestimate the math section. It may come and bite you in the back.
One thing to keep in mind, the SAT isn't designed to take a lot of time to solve a single question, so they all have a trick to solve them. So you should like go through all those tricks so you can solve the questions easily.
Yeah, but not to scare you, they are doable. You just need a little bit more time to think. Yeah.
Hello? Okay. So in the Common App, there's a section called Honors. What does it mean by honors? And is it like Dean List or something?
Oh, honors is like, it's kind of like AP, if I'm assuming, no? The honors section,
You mean before the activities list or
like the awards section.
award section? Oh, that means achievements.
Achievements, yeah. That essentially means your achievements. So like first place kangaroo math or like gold medal IMO or something like that. I mean, yeah.
Another question over here.
Oh, okay. Hello? All right.
Another follow-up question regarding the SAT. So you talked about super scoring, and we only submit one test scores to the university, right? So do they still have access to our history of previous test scores?
Okay, so here's the bad news. They still have access. But, they will consider only your final score. You still submit it, like I still submitted both my SAT scores because they want to see it. They want to see that you're honest. And it's actually like, sort of like an ego boost, you would say. Like you actually improve. So like, yeah, so yeah, don't be worried. Like they'll still consider the final score. You still submit it, but they'll consider the highest super score. Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, right side, be asking a lot of questions.
Right, first time the floor has asked so many questions. I'm honored.
It's all the Mara students coming in.
Test. Hi, I'm just. Test. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Test.
Hi.
Test. Hello. Test. All right. I'm just making this clear. Just now we mentioned that honors is like your achievement in kangaroo maths and so on. So what is the difference between honors and the activities section?
So for honors, it's like, it's Like the activities section is like basically all the activities that you've done, voluntary work, your internships, or the projects, or something that you think is like an extracurricular. Honors is academic or like, yeah, basically.
The honors section is more like accolades. Like if you, let's say you get top in the world for GCSE, international mathematics, you put it there. Academic, what do you call milestones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I added that I got for GCSE O levels when I finished O levels, I actually made it into the list of students who actually was a high achiever. So I added that into the honors section, but I did not add that into the activities or anywhere else.
So, some students say, is it really hard? Because I did ACT practice test from the College Board website. I only spent 10 seconds max on each question.
Wow.
Where is this person?
Okay, pro.
Okay, genius.
Is this person in this room? I want to go find you right now.
Can you be my tutor?
Yeah, I would say like you go into the SAT, there is a strategy. Yeah, in the SAT, you literally have to answer like 1, 2, 3, 4, like that kind of speed, you know. Like actually I had to scan through and just read it. So if this person can answer in 10 seconds, oh my god, please tutor me. So yeah, it's hard.
Is this person in the room?
We have our.
You answer the question, 10 seconds.
Just to preface, it's not me. It's not me. It was for a question. My question is about SEM exams. So you said it was quite important, right? So I got a B in SEM 1, SEM 2 in my SEM exams. How cooked am I?
Alright, don't worry, you're not cooked just yet. You still have your SAT scores. They look at that equally as important as your exam, so don't worry, you're not cooked. Yeah, so just score well on your SAT, and if you don't manage to get a good score, then you're not cooked just yet until you get the rejection letter. You're not cooked until you get your rejection. Okay?
Okay. How should I estimate my weekly commitments to extracurriculars if my school's extracurriculars are not done on a weekly schedule?
So you need to find extracurriculars on your own because my school did not have anything. So I had to find extracurriculars all on my own. I did an internship that was like I had to do everything on my own. To be really honest, my school wasn't like that good with applying to US, so it was just like I had to do everything on my own. The only thing they did was recommend me to USAPPS, and that's where like I learned most of my things from. So basically do everything on your own, find your activities, find your extracurriculars. It's really easy to find voluntary work, and it puts a really big impact on your application because US actually looks on how you give back to the community, and they really appreciate it if you give back to the community. So I suggest doing voluntary work.
Yeah, but Ritika said something right. You guys all did something right today by coming today. So congrats guys. Oh, okay.
Up there.
Hi. So I took my SAT in August of last year, and I've been really thinking about whether I should if I should take it again to like boost my chances. But right now I'm sitting on a score of 1520. So I wanted to ask if I should like try and maximize to 1600. I did not mean to brag okay.
Okay, I'll give the same answer I gave to Athena just now. It's up to you. So if you believe that you can get a higher score, like maybe get a perfect score in your next attempt, so be it. Go for it, man. There's no stopping you. Like no one can stop you from getting a perfect 1600 on your next attempt. So yeah.
I think he's the guy who said the SAT math section was so easy.
Tutor me, please.
Was that you? Yes? Oh my god.
No, they asked you if you were the one.
No, I know. Everyone knows. Yeah. Okay. All right, one last question, guys. Please, preferably this one from the floor. Your last chance to kind of.
Question.
I'll pick on people.
Oh,
Never mind. Don't need to pick on people. Huh?
So my question's about extracurriculars. So I'm applying to the US by the end of this year. Is it still enough time to complete some extracurriculars to boost my applications?
Yeah, short answer, yes. There's like a lot of time. You can find as many as you can. And like the ones you've done, you should definitely add them. There's nothing as small or big. Just add everything you've done.
All right, I'll pass it on to our MCs, Kai and Nia. So give a round of applause for Ritika and Joel, guys. Come on.
That was awesome. I don't have a gold medal in IMO, but I have a gold medal in gaslighting. So, what an insightful experience that was. By the way, Joel, I would like to have the editor's contacts from Sinchu's newspaper for reference.
Let it go, Kai, let it go.
Yeah, I know. Well, moving on from that, we have three fascinating panelists from three elite schools to speak about what they did in their application process that make them stand out to the admission officer.
Please welcome Victor from Harvard, Matthew from Yale, and Leah from UCLA. And this conversation will be moderated by Yijing from Berkeley.
Okay, so hello everyone, I'm Yijing. So I'm currently a student in UC Berkeley, majoring in Earth and Planetary Science. So, I will be moderating this panel session of what I did in my application, and sitting with me we have like three really amazing and fascinating speakers. So before that, maybe we can do like a brief introduction of ourselves, like to introduce ourselves. So I did my A-levels in College Yayasan UEM, and I've talked about my major. And fun fact, I really love playing tennis, and I've started playing tennis since I was 7. And then next we will have Leah.
Hi, my name is Leah. I am incoming sophomore at UCLA. I'm studying business economics and some ECAs, just so you know a bit more about my application. I was a head student at Alice Smith, where I did my A-levels. I played tennis. I was tennis team captain. And beyond that, I don't know if any of you are familiar with NOAO. I was a part of that. That's my admit list. UCLA, USC, BC, UMich, UNC, Purdue, and a few other UCs. And a fun fact about myself, I love scuba diving, I love surfing, anything to do with the ocean, really.
Hi guys, my name is Victor. I'm going to be a rising freshman at Harvard College. I'll be leaving Malaysia on the 21st of August, hopefully, pending A-level results. I did my A-levels here in Taylor's College. Did maths, physics, chemistry, and econs. ECAs-wise, I was the president of the Interact Club back in my secondary school. I did SPM for context. I've worked as a self-employed MC, so odd jobs here and there. A taekwondo instructor, intern at a social enterprise. At Midlist, so I applied to 18 universities purely out of fear. So I was scared I wouldn't get into any one of them, hence 18 universities. Thankfully, I was accepted into 11, waitlisted from 3, and rejected by 4. Among them were Harvard, Stanford, UCLA, and UC Berkeley. One random fun fact about me is that I have watched How I Met Your Mother over 15 times. So like season 1 to season 9 over 15 times. Yeah. Matthew?
Hi everyone, I'm Matthew and I'm an incoming freshman at Yale for the class of 2028. I did my A-levels at Charterhouse, Malaysia, and some of my extracurriculars include research, so I was involved in a couple independent research projects, and I also took part in a research internship at UM. I was student body president of my school, which is basically like the head boy role. So I was in charge of like the whole kind of student leadership team at my school. I was also involved in speed cubing, so I did like competitive speed cubing, and I also kind of founded my own like Rubik's Cube club at my school. And I was also involved in swimming, so I'm a state swimmer, and I currently represent KL, but I've also represented Selangor. And my admit list includes Yale, UPenn, Columbia, Cornell, Berkeley, UCLA, and a couple other UCs. And a fun fact about me is that I love everything strawberries, so whether it's, I don't know, ice cream, yogurt, milkshake, smoothies, like if I see anything strawberry on the menu, I'm ordering it. So, yeah.
Okay, so very amazing. So I think I'll dive into the first questions. I think like me myself, I was once an applicant as well, and I always wonder, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of audiences here also wonder like whether we are more like Spike or well-rounded, or like which side should we portray in our application in order to be like more standout. So can we have like the speakers to share like your opinion on this?
Okay, maybe I'll just start off by kind of saying, well, I mean, defining the two terms, I guess, so Spike versus well-rounder. And I guess Spike essentially refers to like being really, really good in like one or two specific areas. So, and obviously well-rounded, it's being good in like lots of different areas. And so, yeah, I think now we're gonna talk about, you know, is there one kind of style you should go for? And I would like to just start by saying that there is no right or wrong answer. Like both kind of styles have worked for, I guess, all of us, and it really, really depends on you and your kind of profile and application. For me personally, I think growing up, I've always kind of thought myself, and my friends, I think, have always thought of me as an all-rounder, because, you know, I would be involved in so many different sports and, I don't know, clubs and CCAs outside of school. But I think when it came to my application, I didn't necessarily think that was like the best kind of style to show, like purely an all-rounder, because for me, I was, you know, aiming to get into hopefully like a top 20 school. And I think especially for the top 20 schools, it's a bit different for others, but I would say for the top 20, you know, they're really looking for the best in the best of the best in, you know, whatever field like you're pursuing. I think one kind of analogy I heard was like, you know, you can think of it as like the school is trying to build like a well-rounded class and not necessarily looking for well-rounded students. So, you know, whether it's like the best of the best in, I don't know, music, performing arts, I don't know, chemistry, or like sports, you know, that's sort of the analogy I've heard. And one analogy I've also heard was kind of describing it as the school is trying to build like, let's say like the best football team they can. So obviously they want the best strikers, they want the best midfielders, and you know, so I sort of kind of tailored my application to that. Well, I sort of, yeah, focused my application on that. And, you know, obviously they're looking for the best strikers and best midfielders, but, you know, it would also be a bonus if you can play other positions, because, you know, like that really shows your versatility. So they're not necessarily looking for someone who's really good in one thing, but, you know, if you are really good in one thing, but you also do other things, that's really amazing as well. So, yeah, that's kind of my take on the two different styles.
All right, thanks, Matt. So I think I'll carry on from there. And Matt went with the let's try to be the best striker, best midfielder analogy. I kind of went with the opposite. Let's try to do kind of everything, right? So sorry if I look down, I tend to forget a lot of things, so I need to read. I had a pretty big mix of activities, from like community service to MC work to debate, sports, and even theater, right? But I think I kind of tied everything together by showing genuine interest. So that was the one thing in common. So this could have been done through, for example, the activity list, showing long-term commitment. So there are many of things things I've been doing since, well, grade 9 in that Common App. But I think if you're SPM student, I started in Form 3 as grade 9, and then post-grad was my A2 year, right? And other things, I even touched on it very lightly in my essays. Another thing is like, for example, some clubs have Instagram and stuff. So I took the link and put it into the additional information section, which I think admissions officer read. But I went with a really all-rounded, even throughout essays. Like for example, the Y major. So for context, I applied as a chemical engineering major, but have interests in other fields as well, such as econ, sociology, public policy. And that's kind of the route that I went with my Y major essay. So it went along the lines of engineering in the first two paragraphs, and then the rest kind of talked about how engineering in partner with econs, public policy, etc., will help me come back to Malaysia and make a genuine change, right? So those are the things that I did. I would say for the Y major essay, it works for some schools, it didn't work for some, because like I got rejected by Georgia Tech, waitlisted by Michigan, and those are two schools that have very strong engineering schools, and I guess I didn't show enough interest in engineering for it. Yeah, so I think I'll pass it to Leah.
So they both made like very good points, and just continuing off that, I think the most important thing is to show your passion. Like if you're an all-rounder, you need to still show that you're passionate about everything you've done, because a lot of people can do activities and do things just to tick things off, just to add it to their application, make it look more good and fluffy. But like admission officers can see right through that. They look for passion in a student. So for me, I knew I was an all-rounder because I've been involved in so many things throughout high school, but I thought for my application, I need to find a way to show that I'm actually interested in the things I do. So for example, I applied as poli-sci. I ended up biz econ, but for A-levels, I took economics and biology. I was really interested in that, so I interned at a startup, an eco startup, which linked my interest in biology and my interest in business, and that showed that I thought about what I'm passionate about and I want to pursue that. So that's how I made my application a bit more spiked, even though I'm an all-rounder person. But as they said, there's no right or wrong. Like, it depends what works for you, but just show your passion whatever you do, and the schools will see that.
Yeah, like so from the three speakers, I felt like it's very important for you to strike like a balance between like showing like your spike side, and also at the same time you can blend in like showcasing your interest or like passion in like other aspects, making you like a more all-rounded person. So a blend of both would be I think would be quite good for the application. So like next we will move on to like a question of like how do we market ourselves to like the admission officers, like the brand that we usually say, like how does this application help to shape your brand, or like talk a bit about like your self-discovery journey when you are applying?
I can start off. So for me, when I started applying, first thing I did was I sat down and I brainstormed. I wrote down everything I've been involved with, because to be honest, I didn't go into applications knowing exactly what my brand was. I knew that I had a lot of extracurricular activities, I had a lot of leadership roles, but I had to think of a way to tie it all together. And as I said before, I'm more of an all-rounder, so my activities and my roles, they were like a variety of fields. They didn't have a common theme. So I thought, what's the common theme? And I realized that for me, it was taking initiative, and like in whatever I do. I was a very curious person, and I took initiative in all my interests. So for example, I talked about my biology and my business passions, and which is why I got the startup, which is why I worked at the startup. That was all by myself. That was self-initiative that allowed me to find that internship. For my Common App, I talked about an experience something that I experienced when I was a child, and how 10 years later, more than 10 years later, I took initiative. Like, I learned from that lesson 10 years ago, and I used that to go out and find a volunteering opportunity that related to that experience that I had. So, yeah.
Okay, so when we say brand, we're basically talking about what theme are you trying to show in your application? What sort of story are you trying to tell? Because the admission officers want to see that you everything you do, whether it's your activities or what major you want to pursue, they have to have some sort of connection. And when the admission officers go to committee and read your application, they want to be able to advocate for you. So this brand of yours, or whatever you want to call it, really needs to kind of shine through. And yeah, so that's what we're basically talking about here. And for me, okay, I would say there's definitely different parts to my brand, but okay, firstly I would say, is intellectual curiosity. A lot of these schools, there's no running away from, academics and all, but intellectual curiosity really refers to, you kind of taking the initiative to look for opportunities and seek out opportunities beyond your syllabus. So whether that's, participating in different clubs, societies, or internships, doing your own research projects, they want to see that, you actually have a genuine passion and interest for your subject, not just kind of surface level, because at the end of the day, that's what all the professors, lecturers do for a living at the school. So I think that's like the first thing that's really important. And the second thing, I think my brand was really showing that my kind of commitment and dedication for all my activities. So a lot of my activities, especially like I mentioned earlier, like swimming and speed cubing, I've been doing since I was, I don't know how many years old, like probably when I was like 7, 8, 9, I can't count, but I think if you can really show that you've stuck to one activity and done it for a long period of time, that can really show your commitment, obviously, because it's hard, like we all take it for granted, like, but that actually shows you're able to stick to a routine, push through it, and it really shows your resilience. And I think that's what kind of came out from especially my activities with swimming and speed cubing. And yeah, I'll say those were kind of the main two. And okay, the third point I would say is definitely like leadership, because on campus there are so many opportunities to, I guess, lead things, and they want to see people who can take the initiative to lead something, whether it's leading a startup, a society. They really value these types of people and skills, and it's hard. A lot of us just kind of go with the flow and just kind of do whatever is thrown at us. But if you can like proactively like seek out opportunities yourself and kind of found things, I think that that really shows like a really unique skill set. So yeah, that was kind of my brand.
All right, cool. Thanks, Matthew. I'll go on with what I have to say. And I think when we talk about the brand that we want to portray, there's a question that has to be asked. So it was, do you want to talk about your accomplishments, or do you want to talk about your character, right? So definitely, to a certain extent, all of us want to try to show our accomplishments, show that we are the best in something or competed in something, right? And I understand I was in the situation you guys were in last year. So I was applying as a chemical engineering major, and I was like, oh shit, I don't have any extracurriculars that relate to chemical engineering. I have activities that are like broad, vast, and things that I did for a long time, but nothing much that really related to my major. And hence, I joined one chemistry competition, which I ended up putting at like number 9 on my activity list or something. But the way I went about like the brand I portrayed was thinking what characteristics of myself do I want to portray, and then thinking of what activities kind of portray these characteristics. So there's a few that I listed down here that I think was the brand of my application. So first would be like proactive and bold enough to take on challenges. So one of the essays I talk about was like being able to communicate with my grandparents, even though they only speak Chinese and I can't speak Chinese at all, right? So this went along the lines of being able to learn to cook Cantonese cooking from my grandmother, or driving a manual car from my grandfather, things that I do on a daily basis. But without them, I wouldn't be able to do it. But there was always the language barrier, which I kind of brought in over there as well. And okay, one thing, you're not supposed to know what your teacher recommenders wrote, but I kind of do, because my teacher told me. And one of the things that she wrote, maybe the Taylor students here can relate, we want to have Friday open, right? So she wrote that I was proactive enough in trying to figure out a time slot that we could move our Friday class to another day so that we could have our Friday as a holiday, right? So that was one of the things that she wrote for me. And another thing I have to put here is, I think my brand was resilient, right? So in a couple of essays, I talked about going through long-term personal issues and like finally realizing the problem and getting to it. So that was my main Common App essay. So that's a very long and personal thing about that. I prefer not to share, I'm sorry. But I think another example was for the UC application, right? So I think Joel just now came up here and said that semester exams for A-level students at least are pretty important. I would admit, if you can do well on them, obviously do well on them. That's a great thing. But I was the opposite, right? So my first semester coming into Taylor's, I got 2 A's and 2 D's. So donkeys, right? So I had A's for maths and econs, D's for physics and chemistry. And I thought I was like dead. I'm cooked, right? I'm going to die. And to a certain extent, I also talked to my lecturers, like, how do I somewhat hide these results? But it's not possible. The universities want to know everything. And that's okay. So for the UCs, I wrote a specific essay. It was like one academic challenge. I talked about how during A-levels, I moved out of my parents' house, so I live on my own. There was many different societal change, like coming from a SMK public school into Taylor. It's a big university, relatively big in Malaysian standards. Apparently, I've been told it's very small compared to the US. And those were the certain things. And I think my results had a trend where it started with AADD. Charles, I got like 3 A's, 1 B, and then AS, I got 4 A's. So that was, thank you. All the best for your results next week. Hopefully it's all right. So yeah, that's one thing. And the final thing I would say was my brand was that I was pretty self-aware in my essays and like ready for trouble. So a lot of the common theme of my the ending of my essays, I talked about how things are going to get tough. Like there will be nightmares, the nightmares of the past creeping in type of thing. And that's okay. I'll be prepared to take on those challenges, right? And I also know that I have all the experiences I have in my past that can help me through it, and also many good friends or even teachers, lecturers, whatever, that will be able to help me through whatever problem I'm going through. So yeah.
Right. Just a follow-up question. Because like most of us always hear about circular application, like trying to make like each of your application like link to each other so that it's easier for like the admission officer. So do you have like any like advice or like tips on making like your application like more linked and like circular?
I would say try, it's hard. For example, let me see. I remember one of my UC essays was about talking about like what is one, unique like talent or hobby that you have. And I talked about my passion for speed cubing, so solving the Rubik's Cube, but at the same time, I always try and link it back to, okay, what am I applying to, right? I'm applying as a chemistry major. So while I was talking about the kind of skills I learned from speed cubing, whether that's the kind of, precision or like the memorization of algorithms, I remember I kind of linked that to how I can use that in the lab. So, I really talked about all the, when I was practicing speed cubing, right? You really have to kind of learn how you're gonna solve the algorithm, kind of like what steps are you gonna take, and that's kind of similar in the lab because every step you do like matters. So yeah, I kind of linked the two like that. And even though it may sound very niche or kind of abstract, I think linking wherever you can will be great because it really helps you to stand out and be unique, and again adds to that brand you're trying to create. Because everyone, for example, you may talk about how you've been involved in swimming, like me, for example, but I'm sure that, so many people around the world are involved in swimming. So, what has swimming taught me that links to other things I do? For example, what skills has swimming taught me that links to how I can pursue a chemistry major, for example? So, just trying to find links like that, and yeah, that's kind of my take.
Yeah, so Matt kind of talked about the relating it back academic-wise, you could say, about the chemistry major, right? The way I try to link my things was through extracurriculars, right? So I think for majority of the universities, they will ask like, what's your extracurricular interests, type of thing. And I would list a few things. Different universities have different selections in that scroll. And in the essays, I talked about activities or characteristics or experiences that will kind of help me in those certain extracurricular activities. Again, academic-wise, I went in with a very, the US way, right? Broad and tried to study as many things as possible. And one thing I have to say is, I personally think, again, this depends on university, that is okay. Because many of these universities go in kind of knowing that you will change your major to a certain extent. Right? There's a lot of people that apply for something, end up studying something, or change in their second year, change in their third year. And that's why I kind of think like talking about your academic interests rather than one specific interest could be something that works.
Just to like add on to them, like Victor said, people change majors. I've already changed major. I entered as political science, and I was more interested in the policy side of things. So talking about the essay that Matthew talked about, the UC essay, like what is one inherent skill or quality you have, something like that. And I said before, like I'm more of an all-rounder, so I thought like, what is that one thing? And for me, it was my like sense for leadership that I have, like talking about the initiative aspect of my brand that I talked about earlier. So I linked how I was head student and all my leadership roles to my passions for political science and how I want to use that to make policy changes in the future and like become a leader of something. So that's how I kind of linked my outside of school and in school like activities together. And like when I first started the application process, I had no idea how to link everything. I definitely like did not plan these activities to make sure that they like are a certain brand, but I found a way to link them. And so I think you guys can agree, like there's always a way to link your activities and stuff, like no matter how niche, like I'm sure you can find it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So like after hearing the brand and like the type of application that you guys submitting, I think like many of us can relate. Like when it comes to writing essays, we don't know how to start. Like we want to write, but it's always coming down to like we don't know how to like what can we write in it. Like what makes us like stand out. So I would like to like curious about like how do you guys come up with the ideas to write about your application essays? Yeah, so I think Leah has shared like samples, so want to like talk about it?
Yeah, sure. That's my personal statement, but if you skip ahead, yeah, okay. So for me, I had a very systematic approach to it. As I said, when like curating my brand as well, I sat down, I brainstormed everything I've done. And then I thought for my essays, I had a few passions and a few things that I did, a few initiatives that I was super passionate about, and I knew that I wanted to include them in my essays. So one of the things I did was, for example, I was part of Noeo, and I was also head student, and as part of my head student role, I started this initiative to provide free sanitary pads to the girls in the school. So I used this essay, and I used this essay idea for many essay prompts, and as you can see, those are 2 essay prompts, and those were my like responses to it. So I would say that for me, like I knew exactly what I wanted to write. I knew what I was super passionate about and what I thought I needed to include to make my application whole and like really speak about me. And so I chose questions. There are many essay prompts. When you get supplemental essays, you'll have many options. So I chose the ones that I knew I could answer with the things that I could talk about.
Yeah, okay, so I think I'll just talk about the Common App essay, 'cause, you know, the main kind of personal statement. And for me, I think when I was thinking about it, I tried to really think about what what experience or activity can I discuss that will really, really show the best version of myself? Like, what activity can I talk about that has like truly shaped, the person I am today, and like really shows, or highlights the best kind of traits and qualities that I kind of have. So for me, I wrote about, my speed cubing journey. So I wrote about kind of how, just learning, like I was so interested in, just the colors and the way the colors kind of mix to each other. And I just talked about kind of my whole journey, basically. So just from learning how to solve the cube to participating in competitions to like founding a Rubik's Cube club in my school. And then it kind of culminated with me representing Malaysia at the World Championships last year. But I didn't only just kind of talk about that, but I also linked it to kind of like my cultural identity. So, I was born kind of I was born speaking English, and growing up in an international school, that's where my Malay and Chinese kind of got lost. So, I had kind of like two groups of friends. I had my kind of international school friends, all kind of speaking English and stuff. But as I mentioned earlier, I also took part in swimming. But I think almost everyone in my swim club kind of went to a government school, and everyone there kind of either spoke Chinese or Malay, but I didn't. So I felt kind of quite like left out. But with kind of my Rubik's Cube activities, I think that really helps me like get closer to kind of my Malaysian identity, just bonding with other Malaysians at competitions through the Rubik's Cube. And yeah, I think especially being able to represent Malaysia was a huge privilege for me. So I think, not only, just to conclude, so I think when I was really thinking about it, I just wanted to write about something genuine, Some people have asked me, like, is it necessary to write about, something emotional that happened to them, whether it's a trauma, an injury they've had. And I can just say that if you think writing about that truly shows like the best version of yourself, go ahead. But if not, it can come off as a bit like cliche or a bit forced. So yeah, don't try and force it. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think, at least personally, writing essays was a big struggle. Right? There's a lot of different topics, a lot of different ideas that you have, but you don't know like where the ideas kind of lead towards and stuff like that. So I think. I had advisors for my university application, and one thing they noted, at least between me and my classmates, is that we all came from a Malaysian public school, so we go kind of pushed into this way of thinking. I mean, that's just kind of how Malaysia's education system works, and we have to try to look at our activities, our experiences from a different view, right? So there is the generic way of looking at it, and there's another way you can look for it, whether it be from the left, from the right, whatever. That's up to your own interpretation. But as coming up for ideas for essays, I think ideas-wise, there were multiple ideas that were going through my head, just not sure which one worked. So this is where I kind of did the trial and error method. So something I have to say is that your first draft of an essay will always be your worst draft, right? There is no way to get it perfect on your first time. So the way I did it is I wrote up the essays and see if it worked or it had promise. And I did this because my visualization sucks and I kind of need to see things. So once the idea is there, I then started the refining process. So the refining process can look along the lines of figuring out what context is good context, right? If you're sharing about an activity or something like that, what context is good context? So an example of this is, I started with my Common App essay. So my Common App essay took me 6 months to complete. So 6 months to complete, bear in mind that was also during AS, so I took breaks here and there to study. But overall, 6 months. And I was pretty happy with it. And then I started doing my UC application. And in the UC application, I kind of condensed my Common App essay down into 1 to 2 paragraphs. And then I thought, okay, if I can condense the entire story down into 1 to 2 paragraphs, that means there is room for improvement. So after completing my UC application, I started to work on my Common App essay again. So instead of the whole story that I told being the entire essay, I kind of switched it into, that was 50% of the essay, and 50% more became like what it taught me and what I learned. And I think it improved a lot. And I have to say thank you to Asif for pointing it out to me. So he was my essay advisor last year. Give him a round of applause, guys. Right, so I understand that finding the ideas, what works, can be very, very challenging. And then you think that refining it is going to be another long, tiring process. But in the end, it can work out. So one thing I have to note to everybody is that to apply to the US takes a lot of time, and to a certain extent, a bit of a sacrifice for your personal life. And it's up to you what you want to do, right? So I feel like everybody has their dream school set in plan, but as we've been talking about it for the last 2 days, you're selling yourself to a university that thinks they're the best fit, you are the best fit for their school. And if you're not accepted into a certain school, that's completely okay, because that means you're going to end up somewhere else that wants you, and that will probably end up being the place for you. So for 4 years of your life, or if you graduate early, 3 years, I don't know, you're going to have friends, new experiences in a new place, and no matter what, it's going to be okay. So I understand the anxiety, but don't worry about it. There will be a shining light at the end, you could say. Yeah.
All right, guys, I think we can give a round of applause for the panelists, guys. Come on.
So now we'll head into the Q&A. So those at home, feel free to scan the QR, but those in person, if you have any questions, we can take it. Okay.
Okay, hello. So for the UC application, there's 20 entries for the extracurricular activity section. Is it okay if we don't fill all 20 of the activities? And will it badly affect our application? And also, what is the minimum amount? What is the minimum number of activities that is like okay for us to put for the UC application?
Yeah, so for the minimum number, I feel like it's a very subjective thing, right? There's no minimum number, there's no maximum, I mean, maximum is 20. But when you're applying to it, it's no worries at all if you cannot fill out the 20 slots. So if you're doing the Common App and also the UCs does it a bit differently, where your honors or achievements in the Common App is also under those 20 activities. So for example, if you were to put 10 activities in the Common App and 5 honors in the Common App, you can bring them over into the UC application and then create 5 more. But again, it's completely okay if you don't fill it out. I have friends that did get in but only fill out like 13, 14 slots, and it's all right. But I'll just share a bit of if you're the opposite. For example, the Common App is limited to 10 activities, but you feel like you have more activities. That's where you can submit a resume, like Joel showed just now. So I did submit a resume of activities that you could say did not make the cut, or in that resume also the 10 activities that I did explain in the Common App, I took the opportunity to explain a bit more because there's no cap limit, you could say, character limit. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we have a question from Slido. Do you have any regrets at any point of your application journey?
So I've been at uni for a year already, so I love UCLA, and to be honest, it wasn't my dream school. I ED'd to a different school when I applied, and unfortunately I didn't get in. And I didn't get into a few of the top ones on my list, but UCLA was up there. But when I got there, I realized like this school was meant for me, and I strongly believe and trust the process. You will end up where you're meant to be because the school reads your application and they choose you for a reason. So even though I did not get into my top school, I believe that I've truly ended up where I'm meant to be, so I don't regret anything in my application.
For me, I would say not starting earlier. So I applied both to the US and UK, but the UK deadline is a bit earlier, and I applied to Oxbridge. So the deadline for Oxbridge, I think, is like October 15, so around there. So I started with my UCAS personal statement first, I think around August, September time. And I think, yeah, I finished it by the end of September, and I submitted it. And obviously, I had to work on my US essays. And yeah, so I think for the early deadline, it's in like November, right? But I had no idea if I should apply early or where I should apply early. But, you know, I just started working on my Common App essay first, because I would have to submit that to all my schools anyways. But yeah, I think I started writing my Common App essay only in October. And, you know, obviously it was getting close to the early deadline, and I still had no idea where to apply, because there were so many schools that like I dreamed of going to, but I had no one specific school that I really wanted to go to. So in the end, I decided that I felt like my application actually wasn't quite ready, or I felt like I could still do a few more things to kind of polish it, kind of to tighten it up. And I thought that maybe it's not worth submitting like kind of poor, well, not poor, but, you know, like a third draft Common App essay into an early school, but rather spend the next 2 months kind of working on it. So that's kind of decision I chose in the end. And yeah, and I think I only started working on my supplemental essays in December. And I basically spent the whole December kind of like locked in my room, just grinding out essays, and that was not a fun time. So yeah, I would say definitely start early.
Yeah, if I could share one regret, would probably be that I set expectations, right? So going into it, I would say a little quote-unquote blind might be the way, because you're not too worried about where you end up. You're just more focused on doing the work, right? So for context, my dream school is UCLA, and to this day is still my iPad wallpaper, right? So I set the expectation that I wanted to go to UCLA, and that created a lot of unnecessary stress, a lot of time spent thinking about if the essay works rather than actually refining the essay or whatever. So I think just going into it blind by I mean with no expectations, and just trying to do your best is something you should try out. Yeah.
This is directed to Leah, maybe, because so what big changes did you make as you went further into application journey that you feel helped a lot? Because I know you didn't get into your ED school, so what do you do afterwards that kind of change your application maybe? Did you change anything in the middle?
I can't remember any like huge changes I made. The UC application was around the same time as my ED, so I didn't make any changes to my UC prompts. But I think one thing was like when I was writing my essays, when I was choosing what prompts, I had to make sure that every essay I was submitting was providing something, so there wouldn't be any like repetition. Like if I talked about one activity and like my love for like leadership in one essay, then I wanted to make sure that my other essay did not talk about the same thing. So I was making the most of these prompts because I want to show like my best self, and by repeating what I was saying in like my Common App and the supplementals, that wasn't the best for me. So I think one thing I did was just I looked through the essays again, and I think I even changed essays like close to the deadline. I changed the prompt because I thought this is what will showcase me the best, so I should change it. It's worth the time. So yeah.
Anything from Matthew? Nope.
We have a question over there.
Hello. My question is there any such thing as like sensitive topics when we are applying, such as given what happens in like Colombia, can I like apply stated things like my advocacy for like Palestine or how my religious school actually shaped me. Does that have any disadvantage given that sometimes we feel that the admissions of the university are a bit biased towards these types of people?
Okay, I think I can take that. Speaking on like the Palestine-Israel conflict, I honestly do not know too much if you can speak about that. Later you guys can chime in, but I feel when it comes to a sensitive topic, like something you are not, you could say, too comfortable sharing about, right? That's where I say there's like good context and also bad context, right? So good context would be, you could say, short to the point and gets the main idea across. Bad context is something that while you think is good in the essay, the admissions officers are really good at what they do. So they can read in between the lines. So like maybe small little details could be a red flag to them. Again, this is very subjective, but try to be wary or take note of that. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, I agree, Victor. Just be very careful because actually I think only maybe 1, 2, or even maybe 3 actually just read your application initially, and then it gets sent to committee. And you know, it could be your lucky day. You could, if you're campaigning for Palestine and you have 3 officers who are also, you know, on Palestine, then it could be your lucky day. But if not, if they're on the other side, you know, so I'll just say be very careful. And maybe if you want to talk about a sensitive topic like that, just make sure you kind of show like both sides, as in like you understand kind of both sides and not just you're like fully, you know, passionate about one side. Yeah, that's kind of my advice.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Matthew said it, but I think what's more important is like the core, like the lessons you've learned from your experiences, or like the traits or the personality traits or whatever you're trying to get across. I think that's more important. That's the main message, because like Matthew said, it might be your unlucky day and that one person that reads your essay does not agree with you. So I'd say I wouldn't risk it for your application just in case. Yeah.
Hi, yeah, for just now we talked about like your theme, right? And then you mentioned like reflecting or whatever like resonates with you as like personally. And I believe that quite a lot of applicants, when they reflect, they would like talk about their cultural identity or like similar topics. I mean, 2 out of 3 of you mentioned cultural identity. So I wanted to ask whether in deciding your theme that is like personal to you, are there any cliche topics, like if something that resonates personally to you is a cliche topic, would it like, you know, will it still will it make your like competition pool higher and stuff like that?
Personally, I feel like yes, there are cliche topics, but it's also how you frame it, right? So a cliche topic can still be an amazing topic if you're able to explain your personal experience well. So a cliche topic is something that you could say everybody quote unquote went through, right? But every experience is somewhat your own. There will definitely be overlaps, but it's also your own. So it's how you explain it to the admission reader, the admission officers that are reading your essay. And it's another thing to be careful of. You don't want to fall in the trap of basic, you could say. So there still needs to be a way you can make it special, I guess. Yeah.
I think like you said, talking about culture identity, I talked about culture identity too, I'm sure many people do. And it is like a cliche topic, but 3 of us, we talked about it, but we each have different experiences of it. And as long as you convey that, start your essay off with a hook. Don't say something cliche to start it off. But it's just the way you write it, and just really get your personal experience across. Because if you want to talk about it, then it obviously matters enough to you. You're passionate enough about it, and just show that passion.
All right, one last question, guys. So, anyone?
Hello, yeah, I was wondering if you guys want to like apply to a concentration that's usually quite competitive, do you think it kind of affects your chances of getting in, even if you do show that you're passionate for what you want to study?
Anybody is doing comp sci on this panel? When in doubt, apply for political science.
Okay, I think I can share a bit, right? There is a bit. Okay, I feel like if you look at the statistics of it, there definitely is certain majors that affect it. I think the UC has a study on it, I think, somewhere. Yeah, so for example, if you type UC acceptance rate or something, and there's like a PDF that shows you by major, how many applicants, how many people are accepted. Does it affect your chances? I can't say. Even if you show a great passion in it, there might be other people that show great passion in it as well. So, but if that's really what you want to do as well, go for it. Again, there's no problem in getting rejected, waitlisted, deferred, anything. Sure, yeah, it means you don't get into university, but there is, again, always another place out there for you. And hopefully if you apply to enough, or if you apply to schools that you carefully curate an application for, it will hopefully work out, yeah.
And the beauty of the US education is that you can change your major. So you're chilling, don't worry. All right, guys, so that's the end of this panel. Thank you so much to the panelists and the moderator, Yijing. I'll pass it back to the MCs.
All right, that was good, awesome. We're having a break now, and we'll be returning at 11.
So 15-minute break, guys. So please come back by 11. Good luck.
wear glasses, so I cannot read the thing. Can. Easier to read from the I mean, like, you know, you're like, this one's the... Hey, what's this in my bag? It's yours. Someone just like randomly stuffed in my bag. But I don't...
Mic check, 1, 2.
Hello, hello. Hi guys, welcome back. If we can get everyone to settle down, that would be great.
Yo.
All right, welcome back. I hope everyone is re-energized and ready for the next session. So Kai, what's next?
I haven't settled down like so many serious.
Okay, wait. We'll give them like a minute to settle down. Sorry.
Yo.
I'm gonna be helping y'all for Q&A. I'm gonna help y'all for Q&A later.
Oh, no wonder Harvard, Yale, and UCLA did everything them respectively.
Where's your laptop?
Oh.
All right, guys, if you guys could settle down, we can start right after this in like less than a minute.
Oh, later how?
Welcome back, everyone. So I hope everyone's re-energized and ready for the next session. So Kai, what's next?
What's next is the... What's that? Which one?
This one.
Let's see. Jeez. All right, what's next is US education's extracurriculars, yes. And US education really cares about the quality of the candidate well beyond academics. Hence, this is where extracurriculars comes into the big picture.
Yes, I agree. And the next group of panelists have a tremendously fascinating extracurriculars that made them stand out as compared to other applicants. So we are very looking forward to hearing from them.
Right, please welcome Jamin Hong from Northwestern and Kalista from UCLA.
Hi guys.
Hi guys, welcome back from the break. So I hope you guys are as excited, as pumped as we are, because we are going to talk about everyone's favorite section on the Common App, the part where you flex your greatest achievements in life, ECAs.
Yeah.
So yes. Okay, Jamin.
Okay, so hi guys. My name is Jamin, and I'm currently a rising sophomore at Northwestern University. And a little bit about myself, I'm a major sports enthusiast. I play all sorts of games. If you're in KY, you probably knows me. Probably for my junior, because for context, Kaylee is my junior as well, so we used to study in the same college as well, yeah. And sushi is basically my favorite food, and I'm actually a huge Liverpool and Chicago Bulls fan. And I actually went to two Bulls games at the United Center, and not gonna lie, it was a really surreal experience for me because I was also a fan, and heading there, it was actually a dream. So that's actually another context for you guys, or another, how to say, motivation for you guys to come to the US, because you can actually see who you want to play, and all those famous people will be there, alright? And currently, I'm actually interning at Central Bank of Malaysia. And what I do right now is, other than interning, I'm just hanging out with my friends, catching up with people that are from KY, because in Northwestern, I don't have a lot of Malaysians. So now I'm trying to catch up with those people that I've not been able to contact for a long time. Yeah.
Okay, hi guys, my name is Kayla Starr. Most people call me Kaylee, you guys can call me Kaylee. I also study at College SNUEM. I'm going to be an incoming freshman at UCLA this year, so I'm going to be doing chemical engineering. So fun fact about me, I think mint chocolate ice cream is like the best ice cream on the planet. Like, hear me out. I see some like not like shakes here. No, hear me out. I know it tastes like toothpaste. I don't care. It's good. So thank you. So yeah, I love One Direction. So if you ask me about One Direction, I'll never stop yapping. So don't ask me about that in the interest of time. And yeah, current engagements. I'm formerly only engaged in an organization called Debatela, which basically shout out to the director of Debatela there. We basically try to deliver debate workshops across Malaysia and give resources to people who are interested in debate. And yeah, other than that, I'm chilling with friends and inhaling all the Malaysian food I can before I leave. Yep.
Okay, so today, what Kaylee and I will go through is basically what we have put out here. So we'll first talk about why ECAs are important in the US application, and I think most of you probably already know this because most of you have done your own due diligence about applying to the US, and ECAs are actually a very, very important part of the application, and they actually look at it and take a huge consideration on whether they want to admit you or not when they look at your ECAs, because that's what you do outside your classes, and we'll talk more about that later on. And we'll also go through what are the different types of ECAs, probably not the norm, sports and all those speeches. I think you guys already know that, okay, all ECAs is sport, ECA is sports. Actually, there's more to ECAs than just sports or speeches, and we will also touch on that later on, and you will see that you can actually include way more than ECAs, even working for your dad or working for your mom, working for your uncle, all those can be ECAs, and you'll find out later on how we actually put that into play. And there are also other opportunities that you can get out there, such as what you can actually work with people that you don't actually know, I think Joel actually mentioned it, cold emailing professors. Those are actually TCAs that you can include later on. And we will also go through passion projects. Those are Kaylee will talk about later on. But passion projects, for context, is just basically a project that you undergo or you do on your own because you want to find out more, you want to, you want to know more about that thing. I also you just want to, out of curiosity, out of interest, you just want to do and learn more about that particular topic that you want to do. Those are passion projects, and you'll get to know more about it later on. And let's go to the last one, which is what are ECAs actually, all right? So ECAs are, as what I've put in the slides there, activities that are carried out by students that fall outside of the realm of normal curriculum. So basically, it's just not studying, all right? Because studying is curriculum, so ECAs are extracurricular. So it's other things that you do that are not in your school education normal, all right? So this is why ECAs are very, very important. And as you guys kind of tell, because back in school, basically what you do is compare grades, look at other people and be like, hey, why are you so clever? Why are you so clever? And then you think he will definitely get into the unis that he wants. That's not it. And that's not everything that the US sees. Because if one thing that's for sure, that one thing that I know, US and the UK, okay, you can say ECA is not important at all, you don't care. If you have 4 A stars for A levels, you're definitely getting in to Oxbridge or whatever schools you want to. But for the US, that's why they have this thing called holistic admission or holistic review. They look at you as a whole, and that's why these are it's the most important thing as well. And they actually shows that grades and curriculums are not the only determinant to admit you, understand? And also it highlights your passion and interest, and they want to look at you, they want to know you basically, they want to see that how you are, who you are, what you're interested in, not just, oh, you're good at grades, you're clever, okay, let's go, let's get in. That's what you will do. That's what the UK universities looked at. I would say that's actually what they actually looked at, because they only have one place to see you, which is your, what is it called? Oh, personal statement, yeah. They only look at your personal statement, but this is not. And then it also provides a new angle, which is what I said. They want to look at you, they want to know you. That's how the US actually admits students. And last but not least, it's also giving you a space to showcase that what you actually like, and what you just basically is like applying for a job. You're actually applying for a job, but you're also showing people that you have other things that are in mind. It's not just all studying. Okay? Yep. All right, so now, first of all, we'll go through this which is part one of the types of ECAs that we have. Okay? So, first is supercurriculars. Does anyone of you know what is supercurriculars? Can you raise your hand? Only 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, quite a few of you. Okay, so basically, supercurriculars is, for example, just for context, I'm an econs major. So, if you are an econs major, and supercurriculars is basically what you do that actually directly supplements to the major that you have. So for me, when I was in KY last time, I actually have a supercurricular in my application, which is I did a research under AMU, which is directly related to my degree. So that's supercurricular. That's something that directly supplements your ECAs, and what you want to do in your degree in the future. All right. So that's why it says like research, further reading, internships. Those can be your supercurriculars if it's directly related. But even if it's not related, don't fret too much about it because the admission officers know that you're just a college student. Oh, you're just a high school student actually, not college students. For you guys, for context, you guys are high school students in their minds. You are not college students. They interchange college and unis the same way. They call college as uni. For us, college is it's after high school, right? There they call everything college. You say how you do in college, don't misinterpret it, it's actually uni. But for them, it's called college. So for us, they're all just high school students. So even if you do an internship, it's considered super good already if you can do an internship in your high school years. Because that's considered very insane. So do keep in mind about that. And if you have an internship, it's very good for you. And later on, we have community service. It's basically volunteering. So like right now, what we are all doing right now is all community service. We're actually helping you guys, talking to you guys, volunteering, giving out our time, trying to guide people on how to apply to the US, right? So those are community service. We're actually giving out free labor work to people. Actually, we just volunteer for it, which is that you can include that in your ECS as well. And last part of part one is arts. Arts is just, as what the title says, arts. It's just basically drawings, like orchestra, probably like things that are related to music, related to anything that's related to arts. It's not just painting, okay? Like back in my primary school, I always think art is just painting. It's kind of stupid, but like art is more than just painting. It has drama as well, poetry. Painting is one of them. It's not the entirety of arts, okay? So those are parts one of type, and the rest I'll leave it to Kelly Star.
Okay, so basically moving on to part two of ECA. So you have things like sports, speech, student government, common things in your like colleges or high schools, right? So sports, a lot of people have the misconception, not really misconception, but kind of the mindset that like, oh, if you're not the best in your category, for example, you're not like the best swimmer in Malaysia, you're not a state swimmer, you're not a state basketball player, that kind of thing, then you think that it's like not enough of a weight to put in your application. So the thing what's important here is that ECAs don't have to be flashy. They need to just matter to you. So if you can describe an ECA in the way that it shows the gravity of your commitment to it, or you know, like why it's such a big part of your life, even though you're not the best sprinter in your school, you're not the best sprinter in Malaysia, that doesn't matter. As long as you kind of demonstrate why that sport is so important to you. So even if, for example, you just learn a new sport and you're really proud of that, that is also something that you can include in your application. That's something that I included in my like common app application as well. So this is like for sports. Speech is things like, you know, debate, MUN, that kind of thing. Also very important. But again, the important thing here is not to say that, oh, you debated in the international level, you debated at, you know, an international MUN. The point is to kind of talk about what is the impact that you got from that. What are the skills? Is it critical thinking? Is it like, you know, the interpersonal skills that you got from that? Is it like the ability to look at things from two different sides of a situation? That is what's important, not the title. Again, student government, this is like leadership positions. So leadership positions is extremely important as well because it shows your commitment to extend your skills beyond your circle of control, beyond yourself, right? So that means that's interpersonal things. So a lot of times, whenever you apply to universities, they will look for some form of interpersonal relationship because it shows that you are a collaborative person, you're okay with working with people. And that is what they need, because they need a team player in the university, not just someone who is willing to stand on their own. Because real life issues are complex, they require everyone to work on a single problem, not just one person to solve one issue. So that's like general ECs part 2. Part 3, we're going to touch on cultural, religious, or identity-based. So we had a question just now, right? Something related to current like religious issues, current humanitarian issues, that kind of thing. So I'd say that from the way that we see it, it is if it's something that's very important to your identity, something that's integral to your identity, then you should include it. However, you should approach the issue not by, for example, advocating bluntly for the particular side that you are advocating for in a certain issue. However, frame it in the sense of like, this taught you something, taught you the importance of dialogue, taught you the importance of collaboration, that kind of thing, right? So it doesn't have to be about the issue per se, rather your reaction towards it and how the ECA had changed you as a person and your mindset when looking at issues on like, these like controversial issues, for example. So yeah, if you frame it that way, generally it should be okay. And looking at work experience, a lot of times, we have this like impression where like you have to get an internship or else they're not going to consider you. You have to work at this like flashy PwC consulting company in order for you to like be able to show that you are like an active person and a self-starter. We tell you that this is not true. Again, it's what's the experience that you gain that's important. So that means that even if you have like a really like unknown company, or even if you work in your family business, the important thing is that what did you do in that particular thing that demonstrates your skills. So even if you work in like say a unknown company, did you innovate something for them? Did you change something in the organizational structure that actually help the company become more productive? That kind of thing. So that impact that you have, that's what's important. And then, of course, other than that, you also have things like other extracurriculars, which include things like passion projects, which we will talk a little bit more later after this. So yeah, so many types, but how to find these things, right? Because you see all these people doing amazing things, but how the hell do we find them? So, first thing that we can look at is basically Wiki Impact Directory. So this is not something I personally use. Jamin, do you use this?
I don't use it as well.
Yeah, I personally didn't use Wiki Impact. But the thing is, looking through this is extremely interesting because Wiki Impact is like an impact NGO in Malaysia that compiles like a list of all the NGOs and their positions. So this is like a little screen recording of it. Yeah, so you can see that like they compile things like for TFM, from like all these like huge like NGOs and like bodies involved in the impact industry. So if this is something that you're interested in, this is a good place to start, not just like blindly searching on LinkedIn, because everything's like consolidated here. So you can quite literally search Wiki Impact like on Google and it's there. Other than Wiki Impact, we have Instagram or LinkedIn. So this is like, very like easy, accessible. Yep. So the examples that we've shown here, for example, is these three like white ones. The first one's UNICEF. These three white ones, Opportunities Platform, Opportunities Circle, and this other one here. These are all international Instagram accounts, meaning that they are promoting international positions and they're open to international students. So these are not Malaysian-based. So this is probably a really interesting thing to look at if you're interested in, expanding beyond the Malaysian sphere. So for those of you from KY, you'll be familiar with Hero Society. But basically, in a nutshell, Hero Society is a club in College SN UEM. And what they do is that they're basically a community service club. So what they did is that they compiled an entire database of all, mostly like high-profile NGOs in Malaysia, categorized by the type of industry that they are involved in. So you have education, environment, female empowerment, health, political awareness, that kind of thing. So yeah, go ahead and scan the QR code. I'm gonna leave that out for like 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And okay, next slide. So other than that, newsletters. So if you are already actively involved in an organization, or you have signed up for an organization's newsletter, most of the time they'll tell you sign up for our newsletter. So sign up, guys. So basically what these things do is that newsletters tend to do like a rundown of what they've done in the past month, if it's like a monthly newsletter. But sometimes what they do is that they also promote future activities that they are recruiting for example. And lastly, on our list, we have think tanks. So think tanks are, I think, is a little bit more unknown to the average high school student. What think tanks are basically research institutions. So this is just like a collage of famous think tanks in Malaysia. So what these people do is that they work in different industries. So Ideas Malaysia, for example, they work in social justice, relating to Malaysia's specific sphere of social justice. So what they do is that they do research on issues, and then they look at things like pedagogy and stuff like that. So if you are interested in a more research-based kind of thing instead of a more hands-on grassroots movement kind of activities, this is a good place to start. And where you can find this mostly is on LinkedIn, when you message recruiters and find people who work there. Yeah, Jamin?
Okay, so now this is how you want to start searching, or maybe you have already searched and you don't know how to start approaching people and ask them what are the opportunities that's left. Because sometimes those organizations we mentioned, they don't really do openings and people don't really know. So those are imperfect information for every one of you. And considering that, I would say most of you here is already going to enter your application season, which is probably in the next few months. So it's not too late, because trust me, because when I did my internship with the AMU, which is not really an internship, it's an unpaid internship, it was actually, I think this month, yeah, I started this month 2 years ago. So it was never too late to start anything, and you can still find for it even now. And one way is to like email them if you don't see any openings in those those websites or like referrals that we have already mentioned just now. So you can start emailing people. How you're gonna do that is more or less, first of all, you can always ask people around us here, because most of us here might have already done some of the opportunities that we have already mentioned just now. So you can actually ask us, and we can probably direct you to the people that you want. That's first. But if you actually don't see what we did, and you want to find something that's not like any of us have ever done, you can just email, and first you can do is just email people who have done it by actually approaching them in a more like professional way. Not like, hey, what's up, man? Hey, do you have... No, not in that way. Those are like you talk to your friends. These are companies, those are people that are actually working, and you actually want to make sure that you maintain the professionalism in you, and you try to approach them in a way that shows that you actually have a character, you have a heart, like a heart to like actually want to join them and want to contribute to what they are doing. Okay? So those are how you want to email them. You can actually see them on LinkedIn. Most of the people here, they go through LinkedIn. And LinkedIn is actually a huge part of you. If you don't have it, you can create it now. It's not that hard. It's just creating another account of Instagram. I'm sure all of you have Instagram accounts, so it's the same thing as creating a LinkedIn account. All right? And yep. So this is how you're going to structure your email. I wouldn't expect all of you to structure it in a very professional way, because I think even in our education studies, like secondary years or primary school, we don't really have anyone teaching us how important email is. But let me tell you, this is your first step to knowing that email is actually a very, very important aspect, especially when you're in the US. You will be emailing your professors, emailing your friends, emailing even your colleagues, emailing even your friends that's doing the same project, like group project with you for a course. Email is where you communicate with people, because sometimes you don't know the people. Like, let's say I'm working with someone, but I'm not really actually very close to him. I don't just find him from Instagram and ask him about, hey, can we talk about that one? Because we don't really know them, and we don't want to engage in a way where we want to be friends. We can be just acquaintance. So that's how you go through email. Email is where you email people about work, things that are not related to just things that are already related to your studies or probably professional settings. Basically, this is one of it, because you are trying to find for an internship or find for a job, right? So this is what you should do. You should email instead of just going direct message. Direct message is considered a very informal way of approaching people. So first of all, you want to state where you're from. You want to introduce yourself to the people. You want to say that where you're from, what you're trying to do, and what you're actually currently at, like your level of studies. Because when you want to work, even your CV, you have to state that, okay, what degree are you at? Are you at degree level, master's level, or what? Probably just a A-level student. So you have to state that, because they need to know your qualification in order to kind of gauge how clever or how skillful you are at that stage. Because probably in college level, like college as in college level, you won't actually have exposed to a lot of, very technical terms or very technical skill sets that university provide you. So that's why you need to state that. That's very, very important. And then you gotta state your purpose, which is for you guys. Your purpose to like probably say you want to be an engineer, or you want to like go into an engineering company to like shadowing intern. Usually for those technicals, internship also, like probably if you are a medic student or engineering student, if you are a college student, it's very, very tough for you to like actually get a hands-on job or practical job for those type of internship, because first, you don't have the skill. Second, you don't have the knowledge. And even with medical, they have the thing called licensing, and you don't have the license to do that. So usually what you will do is just you go shadowing, you go and see like engineering, you probably will just follow the engineer and just be like, oh, I follow him, and then what he does, he will tell you, then you will just, oh, okay. You just follow him. Like, they call it shadowing intern. You're not doing anything, you're just following the people on their daily life. So that's what you should state, that your purpose, what you're trying to do there. And then relevant strengths and knowledge is what I mentioned, like, because these type of jobs, they actually want they want to know what you're actually good at and what you have already know, so that they can assign you tasks or like jobs that are applicable, and not, at least you can still do it. Because if they assign you too hard, you wouldn't know how to do it, then they will be like, then what can I give you? They wouldn't know if you don't state that at first. And that's the thing with this as well. You should expect rejection more than acceptance. Just be very harsh with it, because this type of thing, very rarely, because Malaysia itself, even now, like me, I'm trying to find internship, is super tough because in Malaysia education system, the public universities, they usually only give final year because in Malaysia public university as well, they have an internship period for them, and then they will always assign it to like 6 months. And for us, the overseas students, we only have 2 months or 3 months, at least, because our summer break is where we always do our internship. But like for them, they have the entire 1 semester just for internship. And then those are then people like local companies, they only think all of us is already automatically 6 months. So duration is also very important. I think we didn't mention it there, but like you have to state how long you will be there for, how long you want to work for them. That's what you should also mention, because those are the things that I think you should probably be very, very clear about that. Yep. And I'll leave it to Kaylee to explain about passion projects.
Yeah, so basically passion projects, right, is things that you do of your own initiative, that you don't like, message someone and say like, hey, can I come onto your project? No, instead you do your own project. So what can passion projects manifest as, right? This can look in the way of like, doing your own podcast. They can look in the way of like doing your own research, like for example, what Joel did, research a lot, and you can code your own mobile app, organize events. These are all things, as long as it's like, something that you initiate, it's considered a passion project. So benefits of passion projects is that it shows that basically you take initiative and you are willing to do the things that you are passionate in, and you're willing to actually put in the time and effort to make that idea that you have a tangible product that people can actually be impacted by. So brainstorming ideas for passion projects, right? First question that you guys should ask yourselves, and basically everyone in this room as well, is to identify a niche. Why is it you want to do this passion project? Because a lot of times, if you just do a project for the sake of your application and it's not impactful, then there's really no use in doing that. And admissions officers can see through that, So if you just like start an Instagram page to post like facts about something that you're interested in, that's not really filling a niche, because you're not fulfilling a need that society needs. So in that case, right, you have to ask yourself, what does your community need? Is that like a discrepancy in the things that you see around you that you can fill in your like community? And second thing is to ask yourself, what are you passionate about, right? Because most of the time, passion projects require a lot of time and effort, meaning that you will have to spend like basically every day of your life until the project is completed doing this particular thing. So when you then try to start a project, you have to identify what are your skills, what are you good at, what can you do on your own, and what do you need other people's help with. So this brings me to my third point, collaboration. Because while you might have an idea to like, disseminate knowledge about something, maybe you're not a web developer, you don't know how to code websites, you don't know how to code an app. So then find someone who can code an app and who can code a website that can do that for you, right? And if you have that shared interest and that shared goal of trying to like make a change in the world, then this is where you should start like, finding people to kind of jump in on your project as well. So another thing that like a Harvard interviewer, I read somewhere a Harvard interviewer said, was basically that what they look for in like applicants, right? So what they say is that if you were, for example, to take this person out of the world, if you were to like, just poof them from the world, what is the hole that they would leave in society? What is it that wouldn't have existed if not for them? So that is something that you should ask yourself when you're trying to do these passion projects, right? Whether if you were taken out of the world, would you still like actually make an impact or not? That kind of thing. So yeah.
So this is actually the most exciting part. I think you guys actually want to know what is this actually about, because all this is just like fillers, I would say. The earliest one, I don't know, probably. But now we come to the real part. How do you craft it? So first of all, you have to really think of, I think US application is mostly about self-reflection. So now is where the time you've got to showcase yourself, you've got to flex everything you have. I'm actually saying it, flex everything you have. Whatever you have done in the past, for the past 19, 18 years you have done, think of it and see which one you have engaged in the most, and what you have done the most and the longest, and what you're most passionate about. That's what you should really think about. That's why the second point is focus on quality over quantity. Quality also comes in terms of your passion, because if you only do that stuff, just like Kaylee said, for the sake of application, it wouldn't work, it wouldn't boil down very well down the road. You probably just do it for 2 months, later on you wouldn't continue anymore. And then in third point, you will probably include some variety in your ECA slots. So it's just like, I think if any one of you ever created a common account, you probably already know there's 10 slots for you. So you don't want to put all 10 slots, you go like, oh, ECA, all ECA, probably if you play sports, you go all sports. So for the admission officer, they will just be like, this guy, he only has one dynamic, he doesn't have any other dimensions to look at. So it's hard for them to gauge what else have you engaged in other than sports. I know you really like sports. I don't get the passion wrong. Yes, you really like sports, and we all get that you like sports. But it doesn't have to be all 10. It's 10 and it's a lot. And UCs, I think, what, how many? 20? UC, there's 20 slots. So if you actually want to go down that road and you say you're actually really passionate only about sports and you put all 20 slots is sports, I don't think it will actually give any other angle for the admission officers to look at. So variety is also still important. You can also at least say, if you're really passionate about sports, you just put 4 or 3 that's about sports. The rest, you still have variety to maneuver with, you know. Don't just go on passion, and I know we always talk about passion and also your interest, but still, I think there's more of what you have done other than just sports and other things that you like, okay? And be specific in your ECA description, because later on, okay, now that you don't know this, later on we will show our application, which is the really hard, sweet part, I would say, because that's where you actually can see real examples of what we have done in our applications. So specific as in what you have done. Okay, let's say you have done an internship, and the internship, you don't just stay in your description, I did an internship in PwC. If you just say that, they'll be like, what have you done there? Just internship? What's the internship about? You have to be more specific, like what have you contributed to the team, what have you contributed to the company itself, what have you done? Basically, quantifying it is basically saying like, if you have done 3 projects or like 3 other projects collaboration with the people in PwC, you should mention that in your description. But I think there's a limit to that description, so you got to be very wary about that. All right? So yeah, this is my application basically, if you can take a look. So I usually only put the most recent ones and the ones that are like the ones that time when I was in KY. So I put in KY one as first. I was a house captain in KY. I was also the captain of basketball in KY. So mostly it's more recent ones, but that's where you can see the difference of the years. That's what I want you guys to take a look at, because the years is where it's most important. Because that 11th and 12th grade, if I'm not mistaken, is only the years I took from KY. It wasn't from the years back from high school. I didn't take that into account. But then, if you are actually a basketball captain for the entire time when you were from high school all the way to KY, then you probably should include that as well. That's where we want to talk about, but like I think we'll touch on that again later on, but like let's go through this first. I think we have short in time. Then the third one is, like I said, I did a super curricular, which is the research, so that's where I put it. It's only for 8 weeks, which is 2 months. I did 2 months there. And then other clubs, because this one I couldn't find a category for that, so I'll just put it in the other clubs because I don't know what club does it fall into. But like usually you will be able to find a category that actually suits your activity. So you should just put that in. And then, like I said, even though I like sports a lot, but I only put 1 for sports. But like that's where you have to see variety is important more than just straight up going for sports, everything 10. If you all put sports, it's going to be really hard for the people to actually gauge. And I also included some volunteering services that I've done, which is in KY, I did some tutoring, and then I also have some opportunity to speak at Base Initiative, so I included that. And then last 2 is basically, like I said, see the last one is family responsibilities. Actually, I did come from Kedah for context, so that's why I actually have an opportunity to rubber tap for tap rubbers for my dad, so I included that. And that's where you can see the years. See, it's from 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's I think the lowest is 9th grade, but actually I've done that ever since my that one, but like ever since I was young. So I only included that from 9 to all the way to the end, but that's where you can actually think of what you can do for your applications if you're actually thinking about putting in your family responsibilities. If you help them since the young time, you can just start from 9th grade, which is the earliest possible time you can start. Yep.
Okay, so this is my comment out, but I'm not going to go through this because we already seen Jamin. So if you guys want to take a picture of this just for like the phrasing and seeing how I describe the responsibility, then go ahead. I'm going to leave that for a few seconds.
5 seconds.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay. Yep. What I really want to talk about is the UCs. So Common App, you only have one place to describe. UCs. Ta-da! A huge paragraph. So basically, if you have volunteer experience or like our work experience in the UCs, you have to describe the organization. You have to then only describe your responsibility. And then of course there's like that time frame thing, right? So what I'm going to go through here is my approach to why I chose these activities. So this is like only 4 out of like 20 slots. So I wanted a well-rounded application. So meaning that I wanted to talk about my academic side, so that means that the research that I've, like the research, like internships that I've done, and also talk about, like, say, the innovation competitions that I've done. So that would, like, you know, translate to the chemical engineering side of my application. However, I also talked about my interpersonal skills. So that was like leadership skills. I talked about debate. I talked about my commitment to debate. So I'd say that, for example, in activity number 5 here, right, debate was by far my longest commitment because I did it ever since like Form 1 in school. So like what Jamin mentioned just now, you might have had like the commitment across different schools, right? But basically I just said like debate society, and then I listed out my like leadership positions according to the years, but it doesn't really say like, you know, it was like in this school or in that school. You don't have to really specify that because it's just the activity. So in that case, right, I also had like a couple of like science related stuff, which is like the number 6 and number 3. And yeah, we're running out of time.
Okay.
So yeah, so basically this is like some part of the UC. And then yeah, UCs give you 20 slots to explain your experiences. And like what was mentioned before, your honors will be included in here. So say you got like best in your school for some subject, that would go in here as well. Say you got a scholarship, that would go in here as well. So that's the kind of like vibe that you need to like cater to. The fact that you're going to put everything in your 20 slots.
So yes, now we have come to FAQs, but I would say this can also be directed straight up to Q&A, because this is basically what you guys will most probably be asking. So I think we only have 1 minute left, so I'll just end it here first, and then this is basically the same as Q&A, so you can just ask if it's already there, we can still answer it, all right?
Our contacts, if you like to contact us.
All right, can we give them a round of applause? Okay, so if you're at home or if you're over here as well, you can scan the QR code and ask questions through SlidesGo. But if you have any questions right now, Kaisen will just come to you with mic.
Okay, so my question is about extracurricular activities, right? I was active in them during my secondary school years and during college, because I'm taking A-levels now. I didn't really participate in many at all. Is that okay? I mean, you know, because A-level got hands, right, you know?
Okay, so I think that, yeah, that's like something that everyone can relate to because A-levels is very hectic. But what's important is that it doesn't matter if your commitments were like in high school. However, it would be ideal to have that commitment continue up till now because it shows that, you know, you didn't just do that in your high school and then you kind of left it to like die. But I understand it's like very hard for you to slot this into your like into your schedule. So try maybe look for low commitment kind of things that you probably could slot in now. Because I'd say the general recommendation is to try to do something at this point because then it shows that continued interest and a continued commitment because then that will translate well in your application lah. But understandably, it's quite hard to slot it in now.
All right, next. Anyone? Oh, I think I saw her hand first.
Most of the tips in the social media state that long-term co-curriculum, like extracurricular activities are important. But what if I did like short-term activities, but it's really impactful to the society and the thing that I'm really passionate about?
Okay, so how short is your short term? Can you like be more specific about it?
Less than a month.
Less than a month. I think it's fine because like the base, if you actually see my application, the outreach thing, the speaker thing, I only did it for 1 day, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, see that outreach speaker, it's only for like 1 week, 1 month, but like 1 day of the speaking. But like, if you can also calculate the preparation that you have done prior to that thing. So that's why it's like for 8 weeks, 8 weeks, even though because that thing has been going on since the past month, but I only taught for 1 day. But if you can, you still got to include that, but it's not entirely like on just straight up saying, how to say, just lie or that, but like you can just be more, how to say, they won't go and check your numbers and say, oh, you have 12 weeks here, then you'll be like, oh, you actually do 12 weeks. They're not going to question you all 10, how many times you do, but you're just going to be more honest to yourself and try to not exaggerate it. Like, probably you do 1 month, you go and put 12 months, it's a bit too much, but I would say. But 1 month doing it to 2 months, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a very huge exaggeration from your part. So you can still include that. If you really want to put that, just put it in, all right?
I also say that if your events have a running theme, meaning that, for example, it's really like connected by some kind of community service, like some kind of social justice thing, then it's still like long-term commitment because it's to one particular cause.
Yep, we have one more here before Slido.
Okay, my question is that, so for context, I was a member of a club, but I have held 2 positions. Does that count as one extracurricular or multiple extracurriculars?
I think it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's really up to you.
Like quite literally, if you think that 2 positions were like so different to the point where you need one whole section for each, then split them up. But if you think it's like kind of the same thing and it just shows like your progression through the hierarchy of the club, then it's like just put it in one.
A question from SlidesGo is, what are your thoughts on independent research? No professors, guidance, just a group of students. Is it still recommended?
I would say it's really recommended. It's more like passion project, but I would say it's not. But like independent research is also a thing to showcase that you actually have a passion or have an interest on that particular topic, so you want to research on it, right? And then if you actually seek professors for help on that particular topic during your research, it speaks more to how passionate and how interested you are that you will willing to go to what universities. I don't think your college lecturer counts as professors, but like yeah, if you are actually going to lecturers as in UKM to like actually ask about what's their take on this topic, you can actually include that and talk about what you have done in the process, and that will be a very, very huge and valuable insight to what they can see from you, as in you are very passionate and interested. Yeah, it's very good. Include that.
The next one is, if we start passion projects and internships close to the application deadline, won't admissions officers think we're not genuine?
Oh, like worry is not genuine, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it can come off like that. However, at the same time, it's like you're still doing that research and you're still doing that project, right? So if you're still impacting people positively, then it really doesn't really like matter that much. So it's important to kind of like quantify the impact, quantify and really say what your impact is, instead of just like doing like a position just for the sake of the position. So yeah, it should be fine as long as you specifically say what it is.
I think they're asking like for the people who are applying to this application cycle, like if they start something right now, will it be like...
Okay, there is also a chance that if you start something right now and it goes all the way until next year, if, for example, you do your early application and then you get deferred, you can update them on the progress of that particular thing that you're doing. So that's if, say, you do the early application, right? If you do the regular application and then you're waitlisted, same thing, you can update them on the progress of what you're doing. So that means that there's always a way to inform the universities of your current progress in what you're doing, both academic and also your ECAs.
Yep, anyone from the floor? No? No?
Okay, so... Okay.
If your current commitments and times really makes you, really leaves you with 2 choices, get a decent grade and a very nice extracurricular, or a perfect grade but a decent co-curricular, what would you suggest?
Okay, what would I suggest? I would say if you are actually that. You actually have to make that choice. I would say just get a good grade, because if you actually in that dire situation where you can't juggle your time and your commitments, it's better to go for the better grades instead. Because I will assume that you will not just apply to the US but also to the UK. So it would be a safer bet to just focus on your studies, because at the end of the day, even if I say they are holistic and whatnot, 50% is still academics, okay? It's not all holistic as in they care more about you as a person or whatnot. There's rare cases where people that do not score academically well still get into the top universities, but it's rare cases. They looked at your academics. So go for academics instead of the other things that you are at, right?
Yep, I think there's a short question. Does attending tuition, math and languages count as ECA? Yeah, so I think it's a short one.
Attending tuition, right? Not like providing tuition.
Yeah.
Okay, I think attending tuition, not so much. But if you're tutoring people, then yes. But not the other way around.
Yeah, not the other way around. Yeah, not the other way around. You attend tuition is not you contributing to the society. It's you, I don't know what you're doing, but you don't include that. Okay, don't include that.
Might not want to mention
You're not
that.
helping anyone out. Yep.
Unless you're saying that like, oh, because you attend tuition, then you realize that you became really good and then like character progression.
Yep, okay, anyone, last question?
Okay.
If you mean by attending tuition, meaning you learning something outside of your curriculum, then I think it's possible to put it in ECAs, because basically what ECAs is anything outside your classroom, basically. So if you're learning tuition for your classroom, I wouldn't put it that much. Why? You can already showcase it in your grades.
All right, I think we're out of time, right? So I just want to give one last advice that we didn't give because our slides were out of time. So it's just that, at the end of the day, what everyone says is true. Just start as early as possible. Don't delay your application. Start now. If you can, you just start really right now. And then this is the one of the things that are more important than anything else, comparison. The third one, don't compare with other people. What you have is what you are good at. Don't be proud of yourself. If you have done it in the past, you will still do well. Even though you don't get to the university you want to, don't compare with other people. You will still succeed anywhere in life, all right? So do your application with the best mind and best heart. Don't try to compare and be yourself, all right? That's all we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we are back. That was a good session. Plenty of useful information are being unpacked. But I think we're still missing something, Nia.
Really, I thought we covered everything. What are we missing?
Alumni interview. I think that is one of the greatest obstacles when it comes to the difference between an offer and a rejection.
Yeah, I agree. I remember it was a very scary experience knowing that a person could literally decide my future in getting accepted or rejected. But fret not, because we have two amazing speakers for today. First, we have Nick Kaur, who is currently the head of research in Kazana National. And fun fact, he's also one of the interviewers for Harvard alumni interviews. So you might want to hear him out, because he might be interviewing you. And joining him is Lee Wei Lun from Yale, and both of them will be sharing on their tips on how to ace the alumni interview. Let's give them another big round of applause.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Victor, and it's a pleasure to meet you all here today. Today's session is Acing the Alumni Interview. My name is Victor, and I attended U Chicago, and I'll be your moderator for this session today. It's an absolute pleasure to see every single one of you right here. Today's topic is indeed acing the alumni interview, and we'll hope to bring you through, well, some of the intricacies of alumni interviews. So for those of you who maybe aren't really familiar with the concept of like alumni right there, just a show of hands, how many of you know what the word alumni means? Okay, majority of you right there. Okay, cool, great. So now, alumni are basically just people who graduated from the universities that you want to attend. So then an alumni interview is just a conversation with the people who are going to be in charge of your fate, so to speak, for the university. And for today's session, we have two incredible speakers right here, Mr. Lee Wei Lun, of course, from Yale University, and Nick Kaur, who were introduced earlier. And a bit of an interesting concept right here, because we have somebody who was successful in this last application round, and that could very well be you right here. So congratulations once again to every single one of you for being here. Woo! And of course, then we have also a Harvard interviewer at this stage right here. But yeah, now alumni interviews, they tend to be different across different universities. Harvard has a process, Yale has a process, and so on and so forth right there. But maybe could we get you guys to maybe introduce yourselves, Wei Lun and Nick, and maybe share one fun fact about yourselves?
Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Wei Lun. So I did my IGs in Sri Kuala Lumpur, and then I did A-levels in Sunway College. So I'm planning to major in a joint major. It's called computer science and economics. So it's not really a double major, it's kind of like the course load of one major. And yeah, a fun fact about me is that I watched all 7 movies of Harry Potter 7 times. So I can't remember when it was, but I think it was like throughout 1 week, like every week. I mean, every day of the week I watched like all 7 when I was very young. Sorry, too much of a fan. Right.
Hi, everybody. Thank you to USAPPS for having me here. So my name is Nick, and I was telling Asif, it's a bit embarrassing because Victor is class of 2018?
2017?
28, and my one has a 0 in front of it. So. and also, they told us to wear university merchandise today. I had to wear my grad school one because my undergrad one doesn't fit anymore because I graduated in 2000. Look, I've been interviewing since I graduated, so maybe from 2010 up until today for Harvard College. We interview maybe 5 or 6 people every year. And maybe just to start, we don't actually control your fate. So we write a report that goes to the admissions office, and the admissions office takes that as one part of the application as a whole. Sorry if I'm starting a bit early on this, but I think, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's not that end all be all. We want to do our best for you. So when we meet people who apply to Harvard and then they come for the interview, actually I do this on the panel with usually one other person, sometimes two, one Nadia. And when we meet, usually what we're really trying to do is help us make the best, write the best report that we can write, because we want to, do our best for everybody, right? And so the admissions is not, we're not an all be all. They have other parts as well. And to be honest, at least for Harvard, and I don't want to generalize for everybody else, the only thing that Nadia and I know about each applicant that comes in is your name and your contact. We know nothing else about you, and we have a policy that we will not Google you, so that when we meet you, it's the first time, and so it's a blank sheet lah. The only thing, your name and your email only, because we have to contact you. But other than that, therefore we want to have this blank sheet so that we can try our best to help you.
Amazing. Thank you for that. So in this session, we'll talk a little bit about what, why, and who is involved in an alumni interview. I think that Nick talked a little bit about the Harvard process. We'll also talk a little bit about navigating the alumni interview and maybe a couple of tips. Also, for you guys, again, we have a successful applicant here and also a interviewer. So definitely make sure to ask them questions at a later point during the Q&A session as well. So I'm going to do a really quick run-through of essentially the what, why, and who before we go into the more spicy experience sharing session right there. So what are alumni interviews? And by the way, you guys can stop me at any point, if my understanding is incorrect right there. Alumni interviews, again, conversation with somebody who graduated from your university of choice. Why are they important? Well, they help you make an impression, personal or otherwise, on people who are actually in Malaysia and who graduated from the universities that you wish to attend. And who are conducting these interviews? Volunteers, like Nick, of course, and later Wei Lun, of course, perhaps, I'm not sure. We'll see. You might be seeing him as an interviewer at some later point. But yeah, so interviewers who are really interested in meeting the smartest people, or essentially the best people, really, to fit their respective schools. How they're conducted, and so on and so forth right there. We'll talk a little more about that
Sorry, Victor,
in conversation.
Can I correct you a little bit?
Sure.
So when Nadia and I interview, we're not looking for fit, because the point of why we want to have why the student body is to have as diverse as possible. Mm-hmm. So fit for us doesn't really matter. Mm-hmm. We're actually just we're treating each person as the individual applicant, and sure, whether or not you'll be a contributing member of society, of the community you'll be in, but it's not like we're looking for a particular type of person or a particular group of folks or whatever it is. So when you go in, you have to represent your application as best as possible and represent you as best as possible. Because again, to the question of what are alumni interviews and why they're important, right? So if you recall, Nadia and I do not have your do not have anything other than your name and contact information, but the admissions office does. They have your transcripts, they have your grades, they have your extracurricular activities, which we just went through, they have your essays. So the interview is something that just needs to complement everything that you've already submitted without actually repeating too much about the stuff that's already in there. If you send in your CV, there's no need to really repeat your CV again, but to talk maybe a little bit about your experiences going through it, some of the things you've learned and stuff like that really couldn't fit on a CV or an essay, right? Maybe it fit on your essay, but so just keep that in mind. It's meant to complement everything else, and it shouldn't be a regurgitation of your CV.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right. So then now let's go into a little bit more experience sharing along the way. So then for you, perhaps Wilun, it's quite a recent experience for you to have gone through your alumni interview. I think that you mentioned a bit over WhatsApp as well. And then Nick, you were at some point also an applicant. So maybe could I ask you guys to share a little bit about your respective interview experiences?
All right, so I'll just roughly run through what happened for me. So for those of you guys who don't know, basically after you submit your application in early January or somewhere there, usually like the interviewer will reach out to you either through WhatsApp or through email or something like that around February to March. So yeah, so I received mine in February. Then I met with a Yale alum, so he did like econs masters at Yale. We met in McDonald's. So, and then it was quite noisy, so like it was a little bit chaotic, but it started off with, it's way more chill than I initially thought it would, because it started off with me giving him, helping him with tech support. So he pulled out his like iPad, oh, I just bought an iPad, like, can you help? Like, so yeah, so I was just helping him. But yeah, that's that. So then we began the interview. So he began really by asking me to talk about my interests, my ambitions, and so in order to like show that I truly have interest in what I'll talk about was tech ethics, right? Tech ethics and the intersection of technology and sociology, politics, and all that. So I brought up like I'm sure you guys know, right? The big tech congressional hearings, like the one where they're grilling Mark Zuckerberg, grilling like all the big tech CEOs basically. So I was talking about my thoughts on that, like it's like some of the points that were brought up by the senators really justifiable and things like that. And yeah, it spiraled in the conversation where he was trying to grill me to make sure that I am truly like I know what I'm talking about, and he really like asked a very like how to say sophisticated and complicated, not complicated, but like specific questions. Yeah. Then after that, then we went into talking about some books I read, right? So he really wanted to see if I actually had genuine interest in my major, right, and that field in general. And then he asked me to talk about some of my projects. So yeah, so so just now, we was mentioned that you shouldn't like regurgitate your application, right? So, but because like he was interested to know what I've done, so I still like at least kept it surface level. So I didn't try to go into as much detail as I did in my application, but I tried to show a lot of passion in there to show that I'm very enthusiastic, and I plan to continue this kind of thing. So that's why I tried to show when he asked me to talk about projects. He was asking me about my gap year. He was really he was grilling me on my gap year. So he was trying to see like, oh, is this guy like just trying to waste time, that kind of thing. Like he really like even like the jobs like that I'm applying to. He's like, oh, what job? Like, oh, are you sure you're gonna get it? Or like that kind of thing. So yeah. So maybe my interview experience is a little bit more unconventional. I'm not sure, but yeah. Yeah, anyways, after that, I got to ask him a lot of questions, so I asked him about Yale, asked him a lot of questions about school, and then it ended with just 1 hour of him giving me career advice. So that was after the interview. So I told him like, oh, eventually I might want to like go become like Minister of Digital, and then like he was like, are you sure? like, are you sure you want to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, so it's just that. Anyways, yeah, so I thanked him again afterwards and sent him more tech recommendations that he asked for.
Woo! Round of applause for Wei Lun. Thank you so much for that. Well, at least your interviewer didn't grill you and ask you, are you a member of the Chinese Communist Party? Okay. Did it happen? Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Now, we move on to, well, Nick right there. So you mentioned earlier that your interview, I mean, like, you had the 0 right there. So, like, that is like a while ago. But what do you remember about your alumni interview?
So, I think maybe something to say is that not every school does interviews. There are some who do, some who don't. And so I got a Yale interview, but I didn't get into Yale. So maybe because my interview wasn't as good as yours. I want to be very careful about some of the things I'm saying because I don't want to necessarily overgeneralize to what we do and what everybody else does. I tend to get a bit when I see people who speak too confidently about something that they can't possibly have enough experience on. So maybe I'll share a little bit. So I interviewed in 05, like so long ago, But I think one thing that we try to do, and I understand this For those of you who will go to interviews, and I'm sure Wei-Lun, maybe you felt the same way, because if these are universities that you've dreamt about your whole life, or at least in the last 2 or 3 years or whatever it is, you will tend to be very nervous before going for these interviews. This will be true for any meaningful interview that you have to do. So I think the first thing that Nadia and I try to do is actually, so we do it in a casual place. You did at McDonald's. We've done it in coffee shops or whatever. So we normally don't do McDonald's just because it's a bit noisy, but like otherwise we try to, again, a casual setting, which I think is good. And the first thing we try to do is actually say, like, we know you're very nervous. It's okay. We are really trying to get to know you, and it's really best if you feel comfortable while you do this. So I think first is, if you go for an interview, the interviewers are not there to try and eat you alive, right? Like, what we are really trying to do is be able to draw out stuff that we can write onto the report in a way that shows you in the best light. And it's easy to say, don't get nervous, don't get all that, but so I'd rather just say, like, we understand you're nervous. So if at times you feel like, okay, I need to think about this a little bit more, it's okay. Again, because we don't have a particular type we're looking for where we're like, oh, everybody must be able to think on their feet quick. Like, who cares, right? Some people need a bit more time. Some people need, it's okay. Just say, hey, okay, this is a great question or whatever. Can I think about it a bit more? So you mentioned about like the tech, the sort of congressional hearings that are going on. If we ask that and you need a bit of time, then you need a bit of time. It's okay. It's really not that big a deal. Again, because we're trying to draw everything out from what we can. So my experience back 2005 was very suit and tie. So the interviewer was a guy then called, the late Dr. Goh Cheng Teck, and he did it in the Macy offices wearing a suit and tie. And while he was still in charge, it was very terrifying for the applicant. Because a few years later, when I joined the panel, it was like 4 guys in a suit and tie interviewing some poor kid across the table. I mean, like, so when Nadia and I did it, when Dr. Goh retired, Nadia and I did it, we were like, okay, we have to like casualize this thing. So that's what we tried to do. And again, because it is difficult when you're nervous and then you're sitting across a boardroom table from people in suits. So hopefully we can change some of those things. So I guess the thing here is, just keep in mind that we know that it's nerve-wracking for you, and we are trying to, and we therefore understand if you need a bit of time here and there together, it's fine.
Thank you so much for that. Wow. If you think about, the modern-day college applications process, and this is actually a point that I want to echo, right? You guys will probably feel stressed at some point throughout this process. I want to encourage you that many people out there are on your side, so don't feel that it's the be-all and all along the way. But to kind of think about productive ways in which we can prepare for this process, right? So I want to kind of draw on your experiences, Wei-Lun and Nick. So how do you feel that people should prepare for this conversation that they're going to have? Not with the fate determiner, but certainly with, a member of the university community that you may or may not join at some later point.
Okay, so personally for me, I think you can. Wait, hang on. Yeah, so like before the interviews, I watch a lot of these videos. So they are like college-specific sharings, like my interview with like Princeton, my interview with this, and even like what an admission officer looks for in. So there's actually a bunch of these kind of videos on YouTube, and I find that different schools kind of have like a bit of a set agenda. I'm not sure about Harvard, but like for my interview, my guy, Dr. Chong, he really wanted. Sorry, the Gen Z slang, right? He was very keen on finding out whether I was a good roommate. So like he kept asking about like my trips and all that. He was like, okay, so so basically, if I had told him like, oh actually right, I snore damn loud, all my friends ran out of the room. So like they wouldn't have ended too well. But yeah. Anyways, so I guess it's like the same with a Princeton interview. So I went for an interview with a Princeton alum also, and I thought it went very well, because I was just like talking about the things I've done, being very enthusiastic about it. But I guess like I couldn't reciprocate like the type of I'm not sure like sophisticated conversation he was trying to have in a particular area. So yeah, didn't go so well for me. So that is that. Yeah. For me, like literally, I think of the potential questions that they could ask. Especially like, you know, after you watch these videos, then you have a very good idea of like typically what kind of questions they ask. Then just like at least have some answers to them, you know, at least like point form. But don't memorize anything because I think they can tell, right? So just like make sure that you're very natural.
Yeah, we can definitely tell. So I just want to say, so I think it's good to watch these videos, but be careful of survivor bias, right? Because usually the ones who get in, they'll think that they got in for this reason or that reason, but the reality is we don't know. And there are many people who maybe did the same thing but didn't get in. So I think watch these videos as a guide, but don't take them as like an all be all. So I think they're very helpful. Maybe as an interviewer, I would say just prepare kind of like 6 things. Because there are many things you can't control. The course of the conversation will, in a way, for Nadia and I, we'll take it wherever we think the student wants it to go, so the applicant wants it to go as well. So if you are big on, I don't know, let's say the congressional hearings on tech, then we will go in that direction. If you decide that you want to talk about your extracurricular in community service or in whatever, we will go that way also. But so here's the advice I will give to you in preparing for this thing, right? And by the way, this is true for any interview you will go to, regardless whether it's alumni interview, job interview, marriage interview, whatever it will be. Okay, you got a marriage interview, maybe less so lah. But job interviews also, when you apply for internships and jobs, right? So advice number 1, so it's 6 things, but it's really like 3 and 3. Think of the 3 things that you will kill yourself, or not kill yourself, you will feel really badly if you leave the interview without telling the person. So make sure that whatever it is, you tell these 3 things. Don't care whether it comes in the flow. At some point, figure out a way to bring it up, or at the end, just say, hey, I also want to talk about this. Because if it's such an important part of you and your application, all that, make sure the interviewer knows it before you leave the room. Otherwise, you'll regret like, oh crap, I should have said this. You don't ever want to do that, right? So this is true for any interview. The second thing is have 3 good questions that you can ask the interviewer at any point. And you know, naturally, this one you can find online lah. You know, people will tell you, oh, don't look for things you can Google or stuff like that. Usually, it's very personal to holder kind of stuff. What advice would you give? Whatever it is, but have 3 good questions. But most importantly, is the first part, right? Don't leave the interview feeling like you should have said this 1 or 2 things. So the night before, 2 days before, just prepare in your head, right? Like 3 things I really want the interviewer to know. And by the way, like I said, this is true for alumni interview, job interview, and so on. These are the 3 things I really need them to know, and make sure you get those 3 things out. Because that's in your control. Everything else, the kind of questions we ask you, right? Like so even books, right? What kind of books do you read? It's not like you can control that. I could also ask you what media do you consume, or like what are the tabs currently open on your Chrome browser or whatever it is. I mean, you can't control that. Right? So you be honest, but there are things you want us to tell that maybe we don't tell. And Nadia and I usually, before the interview ends, we'll always ask, is there something that you want to tell us that we haven't covered yet? So we try to do that, but maybe some interviewers don't. So you just want to make sure that you have 3 messages formatted, whatever it is, that you must get out and get them out.
So in terms of preparation, I actually have something else to add. 2 more things actually. So one was that I actually, because there's no policy on applicants not being able to do background checks on the interviewer, so I just went to search his name, right? So and I found that okay, this guy he's a econs professor, right? So he does econs. But of course, that's all I went. That's all I decided to find out lah, right? So after that, because I have many different interests, right? Many different things I can talk about. I can talk about things that are more technical, right? Or I can go into the more political, the more like economic side of things. So which is why like looking at this guy's background allowed me to choose what to focus on. So I rewatched like some of the things I was interested to talk about, like the congressional hearings. I rewatched the thing, so that I made sure that I had it fresh in my mind. If we were to go and discuss about that. So that's why the conversation about that went very well. So yeah, so that's one advice. The second one, it's about the questions. So as mentioned earlier, usually at the end of the interviews, they'll ask you, do you have any questions first? I'll say like, generally, at least from also advice that I heard from a lot of seniors as well, which is asking about the school and showing genuine interest in the school is quite important. Like at least one of the questions can be that. I watched a lot of videos on like the Yale campus, the Yale like life at Yale and things like that, so that I could come up with like very specific questions to get them to elaborate with their own personal anecdote.
If you want to differentiate a little bit, actually on that point, you can talk about professors as well. That's another easy one, because if you say stuff like, oh, you have a residential system, but like many schools have that, but specific professors in the fields you're interested in is unique to Hodder, the school has that, right? So you can't split people, so you can, use professors is another good way, I think, of saying, oh, why do you want to go here?
Perfect. Thank you both for sharing. Now, I want to draw on your experiences right now as we think about, how to do well, how to do maybe not so well, how to do disastrously badly, amongst other things right there. So when at the point of the interview, do you feel, Nick, that the conversation is typically going well? What needs to happen for you to feel subjectively as an interviewer, this is a person that I could actually recommend for admission to Harvard University?
So maybe I have a slightly different view on that. I don't think, at least in my view, I think Nadia feels the same way, but I can't also speak on behalf of her. I don't think we've ever had an interview ever in all our years doing this where we felt, oh my God, that went terrible. And I think it's in part because whoever we interview has been amazing, but also I think the onus on it being a good interview should be more on the interviewers than the interviewees. And what I mean by this is we need to make you feel comfortable to tell us stuff, right? Because we understand you're nervous, you're young and everything. I've heard some cases where there are some interviewers who go around bullying, what is the point of all that? The poor person is like 19 years old, 18 years old, terrified, and then you want to show off, or why? So I don't know if I can say that things are going poorly or that kind of thing, but what typically goes well is when we manage to have a good, more comfortable kind of setting where people start, then it becomes like a back and forth where we exchange ideas. It's okay to ask questions. So for example, because you brought up the congressional hearings, right? So let's say you're having a conversation with the interviewer. I think it's totally fine for you to say, hey, but what do you think about it? Because again, the more conversational you can get, the more comfortable everybody feels. And whether or not that leads to a good recommendation or not, that's harder to say. But I don't think we've ever had a bad interview because they've always felt conversational, and I think that really, really helps.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. When you think about, certain traits, right, in some of the interviewees that you've encountered so far, what would you consider to be, some of the traits demonstrated by some of the, more impressionable candidates? I'm intentionally avoiding the word, successful, but impressionable, the people who left a memory.
People leave memories for all kinds of reasons. I don't want to generalize because the way we approach every interview, like I say, is a blank sheet, right? So we don't go into this thinking, oh, we need this person to be like A, like B, like C, that kind of thing. We've met so many diverse candidates, and I've been very enlightened after that, and actually encouraged by how great young Malaysians, non-Malaysians also, because we also interview foreign students are. And I don't know if I can say there's a certain trait, but the thing that probably unites many of them still, and I don't think is unique to the interview, whether they're successful or not, because they probably are already, is like a strong desire and passion for whatever field they're interested in. But you guys already knew that, right? So I don't know if I'm value adding on this point, but that always comes out, and find a way to get it to come out. But I don't think there's any one thing in particular that, because that to me is like a base for all of them. So I don't think we can draw anything else out because they're all quite different. And we really appreciate all those differences when we interview them.
Wonderful, thank you for that. And in concluding, before we open up for questions, I have a question then for Wei Lun. Wei Lun, would you want to volunteer to be a Yale alumni interviewer? And so you receive questions about the congressional hearings. What would you ask your interviewee about?
That's a very sudden, tough question. Okay. If it was me, I would really want to challenge I guess how sophisticated their thinking is, you know, whether they actually think like critically when they form their opinions. So I'll keep asking probably like why do you think that, why do you think that, until like, but if they like, if after just like one or two whys they can't explain themselves anymore, then it might be a bad sign. So that's why I'll say like, if you guys like want to like talk about an international topic with your interviewer, do keep asking yourself, okay, why do I have this opinion? Okay, why? Like, and if you realize that even if just after one or two whys you don't have any more things to support your opinion, then you know something is off. So you need to look more into it. Yeah.
We've never really had that problem, to be honest, because again, it comes down to what the person is passionate about. And if there's something they've really committed to and be passionate about, then actually generally they'll be able to talk about it for hours. So I wouldn't worry too much about it, as long as you're able to, again, these three things I want to talk about, make sure you can really talk about them. Generally, you'll be okay.
Wonderful. Thank you all for this wonderful session. And round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you. Amazing. All right, now I believe that we have some time for questions, yes? So yeah, so let's go ahead, take some questions from the floor. And yeah, anybody want to give us a first question? You know, so scan the QR code for Slido.
Yep. Anyone?
This question is directed towards Nick. So my question is, what is the most memorable interview that you've ever had?
You know, when you've been doing this for 11 and 12 years, they all kind of fade into each other. But the one interview where maybe it was the most memorable was because this guy wanted to demonstrate that he could sing a song not in his native language, and we were like, no, it's fine, but he insisted on singing. Well, he got in anyway, so I'm not saying that you can't do that, but it's memorable only because he did something like that, which is quite different. But it's not like we say, oh, he's in because of that, or he didn't get it because of that. He got in anyway, on the back of everything he achieved. He just decided to do that, which made it memorable.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And that one, he did it. By the way, I give a lot of credit to that guy because he did it when we had that whole like 3 or 4 suits across the table thing. So well done to the person.
Just now you mentioned about the congressional hearing thing, right? So I am a little bit interested in politics, I would say. Would you say that having political knowledge about, you know, things that you're interested in, say for example like in tech, is it an advantage, and should you be preparing for these kinds of things if you are going for an alumni interview?
Well, if it's the thing you're going to bring up, like they say like, hey, so maybe they'll ask you what is the current issue that you're particularly passionate about at the moment or whatever it is, then you better be ready to talk about it, whatever it is. I don't want to say it's an advantage because it could be something you're passionate about, but the person next to you could be very interested in something else, and I don't see it as advantageous to know a particular stream of topic versus another. I see it as advantageous if you're able to talk about it eloquently, you know, in a sophisticated way, but it's not as if this one thing makes you better than this other thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily politics, but just like one thing to note though is that especially if you are planning to go to a very technical field and you want to talk about technical topics, it might be harder because I mean a lot of times, in fact, all the interviewers that I've gotten aren't technical people at all. So I definitely like the non-technical exploration that I've done in the past have really helped me, right? So hope that's.
No, and also I think another point on that, right? Because under the American system, you don't have to declare your major until after your first year or sometimes even after your second year. So we don't actually expect everybody to be like, oh, what do you want to major? You don't always have to know right away.
A question from SlidesGo. This is for Nick. What is your favorite question when you're asking? What is your favorite question to ask applicants during an interview?
I don't know if I can say that, just in case I interview some of you next time. So, okay, I will say this. I like the kind of questions that people can't prepare for. Because, again, right, the worry is that, you know, somebody memorizes stuff or whatever. Because, again, I want you to be natural. I want to know who you are. And if you memorize stuff, it defeats the purpose of it. So we're always asked, tell us about yourself. I mean, everybody does that, but it's not as if I have a set question. Actually, Nadia and I almost never ask, why do you want to go to Harvard? We almost never ask that kind of stuff because we know it's almost going to be rehearsed. So we are actually looking to ask questions that people can't prepare for. We do ask like 2 or 3, but I can't say what they are. If you you ask Victor, I think Victor's around, about maybe random questions that we asked him. Maybe he can tell you, but I don't think I should.
Wow, wonderful. Any more questions right here? At the back? Yes, right there.
Okay.
So actually, if the candidates, before going to the interview, do they know who are their interviewer? And also, for the interviewers, actually they are in specific field. For example, I'm interested in psychology, and then the interviewer are in psychology, or just random.
I can't speak on every school, but at least the way we do it for the Harvard interviews, Nadia and I interview everyone regardless of their major. And the only way, as far as I know, how the interview, so the applicants, to know the interviewer is when we reach out to say, hey, we would like to schedule an interview with you. So I don't think you get notified by the admissions office, we notify. But I don't know how it works for other schools.
Yeah, for mine, all of the 3 interviewers that are all random, from random fields, yeah.
A question from SlideSchool is, does the interview really make or break your application? How big of a role does it play?
The same way that your essays play, I would say.
All right. I think we have one to Waylon. What do you think of your gap year, and was it worth it? How was your experience?
Wow, okay, so...
There's some interviewer...
Okay, so, okay, before I talk about my gap year, just some interesting notes. In my additional information, I also talk about what I'm going to do in my gap year. Okay, so I listed them very clearly. And then once I achieved some of the things that I wanted to do, for example, I managed to secure a full-time job, I sent a letter to the office telling them that, I managed to accomplish this, or my NGO is set up now, we have how many members now, what have we done? So I gave them an update. So, okay, anyways, but I think if you guys have a gap year, maybe consider doing that as well. I think that really helped. Probably, I don't know. But anyways, what have I done in my gap year, and what was it how do I think it went out? Was it something like that? Okay, so I think I approached my applications a little bit differently. So after A-levels, I finished A-levels in June. Then I held prom. Then after that, I did a tuition business thing where I connected students with other students. It's students teaching students. But that was just a side thing for a while. Went on a lot of trips. So I think it's quite important to share, how I like to travel, travel with my friends and all that also. Instead of just being a very one-dimensional career, what do you call it, corporate, safe type of person. Yeah, then in December, I joined some competitions, wrote an article, and then for the year after that, I applied to some jobs and some internships as well. But I got a job in a small company, and so worked for them. Then I managed to get an internship in China. Went to China for an internship, and then while doing those during these full-time endeavors, also was doing a non-profit. Shout out to Kids Malaysia. So things like that. I think it was quite eventful. But just make sure that your gap year is planned. Just make sure that your gap year is planned. Make sure that you plan your gap year, especially when you want to apply for jobs and all. Because for example, the first round of job applications, maybe if you don't get, any thing desirable, and then you want to instead approach something different. Maybe you want to apply for research. Research opportunities instead, right? So, yeah.
Wonderful, thank you for that.
Yeah, hi, I have a question directed to Nick. This is less about preparation as an applicant, but more about yourself. And my question would be, you mentioned that you've been interviewing candidates since 2010, right? And it's been a long time now, so my question would be, what have you learned from the candidates, from that experience? What brings you back year after year? You mentioned it's fulfilling to see Malaysian applicants being so great, but what else brings you back year after year? Yeah.
So for everybody else, that's a question you can ask your interviewer on the day as well. It's a really good question, by the way. I think honestly it's just like meeting really, really cool young people who are doing so many different things. Honestly, like all the different ones over the years have done so many different things. It's just really nice to see people who are involved in a lot of things that I didn't even know about, and to learn like how much of the world there is out there as well. So I guess like what keeps me coming, because it is honestly a bit of a chore to actually write up the reports and so on. Although now with ChatGPT it's not so bad. But the best part of all of this, and the reason why I think, and Nadia and I do every year, is just like the amazing people we meet, and the opportunity to learn so many new things. Like really, I learned so many things about the world from them. We had one student who was really into like translating from native languages, like the songs of her native languages, into like modern, like stuff like that. It's so cool, right? Like who does that at 18 years old? But they did that, and I think that's really cool. So I think it's really just meeting all of these people. It's great. Yeah.
I've got one question over here.
Yeah.
Hi, so my question is it advisable for you to branch out during the interview and talk about interests that may not necessarily correspond or relate to your intended course and that the interviewer might not necessarily specialize in? So like for example, if my intended course is biomedical sciences and maybe I want to branch out and talk about something that's not directly linked to it, like gender studies, is that something that you would advise?
Yeah. Yes. No, look, if it's something you feel strongly about and you brought it up for a reason, then by all means. Because again, we will write everything we can write on the report. So if it's something that's important to you, then make sure that you bring it up.
Can I add on to that a little bit? I think that can be productive to the extent that maybe you're not going into stuff that's too arcane to the point that like the person isn't really able to follow. Because at the end of the day, a conversation is kind of like a dance, right, between yourself and the other person as well. So if you can go right ahead and advance your thinking, and the person can follow along, then it can be easier in some situations compared to others. But yeah, mostly it should be okay.
So to add on to the point, even though earlier I mentioned that my interviewer wasn't a technical person, I still did talk about some technical things, but then like I made sure to break it down to such that like a non-technical person would be able to understand. So as long as like they could roughly understand what you're talking about and like, oh, like you know your stuff, right? I think maybe that gives a good impression.
Okay, cool. Hope that answers the question. I think we have only about 3 minutes left, is it? 3? 2 minutes, okay. 2 questions. All right, last 2 questions. Anyone out there?
Or I can give some like last minute 4 things, tips.
Go ahead.
Sure,
Yeah.
by all means.
Number 1, okay, so just 4 things, just from years of interviewing, besides the stuff I've said. Number 1, when you go in, just don't be an asshole. Easy. Like really, that's probably the number 1 off-putting thing. And this one more in job interviews. I say I've not met anybody who's been a jerk during the Harvard interviews. Number 2, after the interview, if they contacted you via email or WhatsApp, just send a thank you note. It's just considerate. And this one is true for job interviews as well. Just do that. Number 3, earlier on extracurriculars, right? So at least for Harvard, and I assume this will be same for many of the schools. If you're, because there may be some of you here who are worried that you don't have enough extracurriculars or whatever it might be. Things like actually the stuff that you do at home, because if you come, let's say, from a family that wasn't able to afford you the time to go out and go to clubs, like to join some clubs or to join some activities or go for whatever it might be, having to take care of your siblings as you grew up is also an extracurricular activity in Harvard Science, right? So don't just be limited to the official clubs you get at school or official organizations or whatever. Think also about talking about some of these parts of your life, which may not at the surface seem like extracurricular activities, but actually are. So we've met people, for example, who they couldn't do a lot of extracurricular activities in school, secondary school, because they had to help their parent work in the hawker center. So stuff like that is also an extracurricular activity, even if it's not like a school thing, right? And then the 4th thing, just to recap, because I think it's probably the most important point I could give you, is like the 3 things that you want to tell, just make sure you have that and make sure you really get it out. This is true for any interview you go through. Oh, and number 5, if you're looking for internships or jobs when you come back, I will be hiring. So thank you.
Wonderful. Anything to add on, Widden? All right, cool. So if so, then we are about to be able to wrap up right there. Oh, and incidentally, if you want to see a bit of a flip of the script and you want to see me interview them, that's on YouTube. Search for Victor Tan, and you'll find what you need to find. All right, cool. Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause, guys. Can we have the panel speakers and also the moderators to stand and take a picture?
One check.
Hello, test.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nick, Wei Lun, and our amazing moderator, Victor, for that very engaging session. I feel like I'm more than ready to go for an interview now, right, Kai?
Yep, alright, me too, man. Those were some hot tips. Nia, are you hungry now?
Ooh, thought you would never ask. So, before we head out for lunch and come back before 2 p.m., we want to take another group picture. So, it'd be really appreciated if everyone can just come in for a quick 2-minute picture. Thank you.
Guys, can we get like the left side and the right side kind of converge in the middle? Please, kind of squeeze in. I know it's tight right now, but
Yep.
try your best to kind of squeeze it into the middle.
Yeah, feel free to sit in the aisles, please, guys. Yeah, so if you guys can just move in, so the fellas in the center can stay there. Move in as much as you can, and the guys on the left and the right, if you guys don't mind, just come on in. For the yeah. Okay, guys, can we start moving in, please? I need all of you guys who are sitting there to also move in towards the aisles. Move into the aisles, please. Everyone who's seated there, left and right. Yeah, move in towards the aisles. You can still sit on the stairs. It doesn't matter. You can stand. But I want to get as many of the empty spaces filled as possible.
Right.
Yep,
Fill in
come
the
on
empty space.
Guys,
Fill in the empty space. If you
Okay.
cannot fill in there, it's okay. You guys can stay there.
Yep.
Just be as tight as possible.
Yep.
Guys on the right, please, quick. Stand on the aisle if you can fill in the gaps. Alright, Fasties, some of you guys can sit on the 3 empty seats here. You sit. Hey, you want them sitting down or standing up? Sit. The left can stand.